Where's my screen?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I got it. Hello.
Hi everyone.
Hello. Okay.
It's time.
It is time.
But we're not gonna go straight into it just
it's
yet.
like weird, really weird lines on my
You
freaking
what?
canvas.
Okay.
No, I didn't draw anything.
Alright.
I didn't draw anything weird. Don't be weird. You're weird.
You're free to draw anything weird by the expense of your channel.
You're weird.
It's not going on my channel.
Shut up. You're weird.
I only got like a weird mushroom. That's fine.
Okay. What kind of weird mushroom? Anyway. Hello everyone, we are finally freaking talking about Dungeon Meshi. Even though I finished it, has it been a month? Feels like it's been a month. I think it feels like it's been a month, I don't know.
Just a month?
Like I technically started reading it after episode 8. So, and now it's episode 12. So it's been like 4 weeks, right? It's been a month since I started reading Dungeon Meshi. I think I took like 3 days to finish it. Kind of fast, so I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the very fine details are quite spotty to me, but like I think I still remember at least most things. I hope before I expose myself.
I just have it sort of open up as a reference.
As a reference. Yeah, okay,
just
cool. Yeah. So anyway, today's stream, the agenda of the stream today is that we're just gonna be talking about everything Dungeon Meshi, because we have not talked at all about Dungeon Meshi. Like I think Andrew finished reading it. Sorry, Michi finished reading it like at least 2 weeks ago, I feel like. And he was like, we're not talking about this. We're gonna talk about it on stream. That's what he said. I've been holding it in, you know, and maybe I forgot what I want to say. We're gonna try and jog our memory about that. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna just be drawing on the side, like just so that, you know, there's something happening on the screen. We expect this to go pretty long, but in case it somehow doesn't go pretty long because we are stupid or
this is gonna be a 6-hour stream,
or we forget stuff, I did prepare like a list of what we could talk about. But anyway, like I think, you know, we're just gonna get into it. So anyway, I think the gist of our history with Dungeon Meshi is that I have not touched it at all. I only touched it after watching we didn't even start watching like the anime immediately when it came out. Like I think we only started watching it like when it was episode 7 came out, and then
when the spoilers became like, all the fan arts became too unbearable.
Too unbearable, yeah. So anyway, like we watched it, and I think we were watching Frieren, but then like I didn't want to continue watching Frieren for reasons. And when we watched when we shut up. When we watched, it was like episode 7 was out, and when we finished, like episode 8 came out the next day, and then that was when I was like, you know, I kind of want to read this. Anyway, I'm glad I did. Michi has read the manga like many years ago.
I read the manga back there when I was in poly. That was way back. I think I forgot how old it used to be, like how far back it was.
Yeah. Like apparently when I finished reading the manga, the team that was scanlating it was like saying that, oh my god, it's been 8 years, and I'm like, damn, it's been 8 years. Like, yeah. And we'll just be talking about the anime first. So if you guys, there's weirdly anime watchers here, even though we said it was gonna be like a spoiler cast, you can listen to a bit of it. Yeah.
Or if they don't care about
spoilers. If you don't care about spoilers and you just wanna hear us talk for some reason.
You're brave, I guess.
Yeah, I really do recommend like you know, just reading it for yourself, because it's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good. Like don't ruin it for yourself. It's one of the best, I think. So anyway, the anime. So yeah, I think the anime right now, should we talk about the latest episode since it just came out, or do you wanna talk about the latest episode?
Actually, I don't know. I said talk about the anime, but I don't know what else besides just the latest episode.
I mean, we can talk about like how the anime has been for us compared to the manga, I guess, you know.
I guess, yeah. And we can talk about how Pseudo Trigger has been
popping off.
Has been winning.
Okay, I have seen like a few of my mutuals saying that they don't think the anime captures like the essence of the manga, and to that I would say I don't think any anime would capture the essence of the manga. You know, like it will never be like the original, I feel, right? All they can do is that they can try and get as close as it, or like they try and like accomplish what. But to me, like I don't know, like maybe I'm biased towards Studio Trigger. I'm not sure. I really like Studio Trigger's animation. I can't say the same for all their stories because I feel like a lot of their original stories they kind of flop here and there to me. Kill la Kill was technically the only one that I really like, but I think like what Studio Trigger is good. Like I think Studio Trigger is a good choice because they do action scenes really well in a way that I feel that a lot of other studios don't really do it the same way. Because I feel like Studio Trigger places a lot of emphasis on the movements and like how, you know, the gestures of it, like their gestures, freeform,
animating.
Like it feels like they don't really care about keeping on model if it means that the motions can be exaggerated to bring out like the impact of it, and that's something I really like about Studio Trigger. I feel, and yet like I feel like the goofiness of the Studio Trigger art style fits Dungeon Meshi. You know.
Yeah. So I think it was the perfect choice, like to have Studio Trigger be the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like cause at least Studio Trigger, wait, they've done like soft slice of life before, have they?
Would you count Little Witch Academia as slice of life?
I consider it as
I would say that they have done slice of life before. They have done like
okay. I mean, sorry, I say slice of life, but the thing is that in the first place, I remember when I was talking to you about it. That I don't think that Dungeon Meshi is considered a slice of life. Like especially when I read the manga, I was like, people think it's slice of life. Like they're comparing it to Fairy.
Yeah, they're comparing it to Fairy. Like I just think it's so stupid.
I remember more of the action. The action sequences like are the ones that stuck out.
Okay, when I say slice of life, I think like it's more like Dungeon Meshi is not a slice of life, but it has slice of life elements.
Yes. Yeah.
During like some places here and there.
And the way some of the characters act.
Yeah. But I would not say it's a slice of life. But I feel like Trigger can blend like those elements with the action. I don't know, because their art style can do it, and their animation style they can do it as well, which is kind of why I just think that it's a good choice. I think and also like now knowing how now that I've read the manga, knowing how like into the kind of unsettling gore that the manga does go into, I think that even more so Studio Trigger is the right choice. I don't know, like when you ask me if I don't know much about other anime studios, but I don't think that like any other studio can really capture this blend of like whimsical, like goofy, and then like this kind of action, like besides Studio Trigger.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. So like I feel like even with the pacing and stuff, I think it's alright. Like you can tell that some parts are cut out, but at least for what I feel is that the stuff that Studio Trigger has cut out from the manga, it doesn't feel detrimental, I don't think. Like it's kind of more like I kind of wish like they kept this in, but it doesn't really like the flow of the story still makes sense. So that's okay. Is what I feel about the cuts, I think.
I feel like a lot of the manga panels, like they still got recreated inside. And in fact, I feel like they just added on more. Like say like they have the really money shot part of like them running away from the Undying, that kind of thing. Like that's something that they added in. That one was not something that was drawn in the manga, or if it was drawn in the manga, it's literally just one panel, but they gave it so much life, you know?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I feel like, I don't know, I think the manga itself, like, it's an adaptation, it's not a... I think like a lot of people are like, oh, you know, this has to be captured in the adaptation, this has to be the feel has to be the same as the manga, which I kind of disagree. I feel like the adaptation, like, if they just do everything the same, then what's the point of like adapting it into a different medium, right? The manga will be strong because it was created as a manga in mind, and I feel like that is the case for like most series. Like it is created as this in mind, so obviously the best way to enjoy the medium would still be the manga, right? But the point of making it an anime is obviously to show like the action and like the subtleness of some stuff that maybe the manga will not be able to capture without motion. And I feel like if you look at the anime as like a product of like oh, this is a different way to experience it, like it does a pretty damn good job, I would think.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job.
Yeah.
Like they shouldn't. Yeah, I don't think they would really warrant being discredited about it.
Yeah.
Actually, well, moving on from like maybe just the animation kind of thing. What do you think about the voice acting so far?
I like it. I like it, but I'm not a connoisseur of like voice acting, so I feel like I don't have the I don't have the expertise to really like comment on it. I feel like a lot of Japanese voice acting is just like good, you know, but
right. I mean, but when you were reading the manga, did you, cause you watched the anime first, then you started reading the manga. So like, did you imagine it in the anime voices?
Not really. Like, okay, see, that's the thing. I'm very bad at judging like whether voice acting is good or not. And usually I can't say that I ever really take note of the voice acting unless it really sticks out. Like I can count the number of times I noticed the voice acting like on one hand, I think. Yeah, I'm not a very voice person. Because like when I read manga, like the dialogue, I don't hear it in like a voice actor's voice or anything. I just read it in like my inner head voice.
Right.
Yeah, but I do like if you're talking about like notable voice acting moments, I do like especially when Marcel like first tasted the stew.
Yeah.
In was it the first episode, right? Yeah. And then she's like, and she's like, oh my, you know, like she goes like, oh.
Yeah.
Like I really like that. Like,
yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Sort of,
it's like almost unhinged, but it's like
voice acting. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I think when I was reading it, I imagined Cho-Chak's voice to be kind of different, but like I think the voice I had was I don't know if there was any other character that I was envisioning, but like it definitely sounded like a little bit more kiddier in my head, like.
I see. But was this before you knew his age, or?
I think so, cause it's not until I read it now.
Then you're like, oh my god, he's an old fart.
Yeah. So there's one.
I think okay, for Cho-Chak specifically, I think like when I heard his voice, I guess because I'm kind of used to like, you know, the small male characters kind of having that kind of voice, like a bit more boyish, but not too kiddish kind of voice. So when I heard his voice, I was like, well, I mean, when I look at his character design, I was like, this is kind of exactly the voice I was expecting. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that like it's bad or anything.
No, I know.
I was like, I did imagine a different kind of voice.
I see. Yeah. For me, so like, as in, I'm just saying that like for me, like Cho-Chak's voice, like just by character design alone, it was kind of like, oh yeah, this is the anime like boy voice for someone that's not that young kind of thing.
Like Palin's voice was on point also.
Palin's voice is Senshi's voice is also pretty on point, but I feel like it's the usual uncle kind of like, you know, with like the mustache like a little bit muffled. I'm like yeah.
We'll listen to the. I want to watch it in English because of
ProZD.
That's all. Like ProZD as Senshi.
So anything we want to talk about the anime more? I guess like I really like the food coloring because they got that artist to do it also.
Oh yeah, the Michi artist that they got for like at least the colors to get the colors right, because when the mangaka was drawing it, I don't know
if she thought about the colors very much,
but if they did that, I guess they communicated very well to the Mamomiji artist as doing the coloring, doing the
Yeah.
colors and stuff.
The colors are really a lifesaver, and it's like, even though I want to make more my food charms, right? I want to make more in the future, but I don't want to color anything wrongly. Imagine if like I color the pizza and I chose like really orange, and then like, oh, you know, in the latest episode it's more yellow, and I'm like, oh well, I'm a failure. I'm a failure. But yeah. Okay, is there anything else you want to say about the anime? If not, we can move on to the juicy stuff, which is the actual stuff in the manga.
Anime. Was there anything else? I feel it's very general.
Yeah.
To get to the other stuff. Oh, Namari looked really good.
Oh, Namari looked really good.
Yeah. Just like the two Kiki and Kaka was also like. And then hearing their voice also, I was like, oh, so this is the voice that he gave them. Like, holy crap.
I think Kiki sounds on point though. Kiki sounds like what I would have expected. Yeah. Kiki sounds on point. It's really good. Yeah. I kind of want to talk about a character that hasn't appeared in the anime yet. That's why I was asking, because like I don't know if I start talking about this character that like, you know, we will go to like the manga side instead.
Oh no, yeah.
So
I'm trying to think about like the rest of. Oh, you want to talk about it now, or?
I want to talk about it because it's kind of related to the voice thing.
Can you put a point in it then?
Okay.
If it's gonna go into the manga.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then.
But she hasn't appeared yet. Gender review.
Sorry, my thoughts.
He's going.
Was there anyone else?
I don't know.
I'm forgetting. We were surprised that. I don't know. For me, I was surprised that last week's episode with the Red Dragon actually took one episode.
Oh yeah.
Entirely, because I was like, oh, there's a major fight. But I think then again, when I think about it, it's the equivalent of like 2 scenarios worth in a sense. Where like usually for the other episodes, half of the episode, like one episode would of 30 minutes would basically showcase 2 foods. Like that's how it was like in the beginning, that kind of thing. Yeah, so that when
this one had the Red Dragon episode had no food. The food was like them being eaten.
Yeah.
Liar's leg was the food.
but at the same time it's like, yeah, so I can kind of understand it. And it's not like they missed out on anything either.
I do think, as in, I know that there was stuff that was cut out, but honestly, again, my memory's not the best, and I don't know. I can't really quite remember what they really cut out besides more of the fluff, I feel like.
Yeah. Like maybe some of the fluff, like I think they, like this episode they mentioned like, oh, the Laios wants to have access to his bank, but like he needs the thing. But then they just name drop it and they don't go into it. But like, I think in the manga maybe it was just like
they did talk about it.
They did talk about it, yeah.
They did talk about the process a bit more.
It doesn't get brought up again, so I guess that's,
I think like that's also the thing about the manga, right? Because the manga, like I think the author, like Miss Ryoko Kui, like she also wants to world build, right?
Yeah,
and it's easier for her to just put text on the pages. But in terms of an animation, like they can't just give you like, here's Chilchak explaining intricacies of the banking system within their world. Like it's not important to the overall plot, and like also people would be bored if he just like rambled on. Yeah.
So,
wait, keep going. I lost my train of thought.
I didn't have anything else to say, I guess.
Yeah, I do like that. Okay. I think it was something that I thought about like this, like watching the episode just now. But you know the way like when Marcel and Chilchak were discussing like how they like, Chilchak was saying that he prefers like stuff that was softer, like the frog meat that was softer and stuff.
Mhm.
And I just thought about how like old man that was. And also like, you know, the stuff that he likes is like, oh, the frog meat, the basilisk, which is like, you know, it's stuff that you can still, it's similar, it's more familiar to what he can eat on the surface.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's like the type of stuff he likes, like also like the snacks, you know. It maybe he, I was like thinking like, does he like the stuff that he's still a bit more familiar with? Like he was kind of partial to like the living armor. He didn't really care about it. Right? Like he ate it and he was like, tastes weird, you know. Like that was about it. But stuff that was like, oh yeah, the frogs, like cause you know, frogs technically taste like chicken and you can get frog meat like normally.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, the basilisk, because like that's also like actually a chicken and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, you know, and Marcel, I feel like it's also like rather compared to Marcel, who is like, oh, you know, she just wants to eat stuff that she's familiar with. I feel like Chilchak is like, oh, you know, because he's kind of a boomer in a sense, and like I don't know, like that's just what I thought. It was something that like I thought of like watching the episode, and I was like, huh, that's kind of cute.
Right.
Yeah, that's about it. Okay, Senshi is weird. I can't cheapify Senshi. I'm so bad at this. His nose is too big. But yeah. Anything else?
No, I can't think of anything else. I mean, if mostly everyone has come around and gathered here, then like we can talk, and like if you like, anyone can feel free to
chime in.
To chime in and chat as well.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. Don't be afraid.
Yes.
Don't be afraid. Yeah. So okay. Anyway, anime over. We're gonna talk about manga spoilers now. If you have not, we are assuming that whatever we say from now on is if you choose to listen, you either have finished the manga entirely, or you do not care. Which I would say please care a bit, but like you know, up to you. So that's your last warning. We're gonna delve deep. We're gonna go deep into that dungeon.
Deep into the dungeon.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was Itsuzumi actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Itsuzumi is a character that appears later, like pretty much the second half of the manga.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about her voice.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about her voice. So like what kind of voice do you think she would have?
No, okay. This is the one thing that I would feel like I had to get it out. Like I can't wait for like the anime, like her voice to actually be heard in the anime, because
yeah, she's gonna have those like nya.
We're not gonna hear her for a long time. Honestly.
Yeah, because like even when you first see her,
appeared,
she's gonna appear soon.
Yeah.
Probably in like the next 2 to 3
but
episodes.
She doesn't say shit.
Yeah, but she doesn't say shit. Maybe she like one line, but she doesn't say shit.
Yeah.
And she only like joins the party like in the second half of the manga.
Yeah. So like
this is
regrettably, like I don't know why, maybe it's cause Kung Fu Panda 4 was out, right? The voice that came in my head
Aquafina?
was fucking Aquafina.
No!
I gotta fucking get it out of my head!
Okay, get it out of your head. You said it now. Exorcise it from your mouth, from your thoughts. What the fuck? Aquafina? Don't do Itsuzumi like that.
No, I'm not intending to.
Yeah, I know.
It just happened. I'm like, why? But it's very like bored. But then this is like very kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we want to talk about the characters.
Yeah, I want to talk about the characters. So anyway, I guess the first thing on our list was our impressions of, no, the plot. It was about the plot. I think that was the first thing I wrote on our list.
Oh wait.
Thoughts on the overall plot. Oh wait, no, who is your favorite character? Sorry, my bad. I probably like skipped it. I thought my bad. I don't even know. I don't even know my own list. Okay, so yeah, who's your favorite character?
My favorite character is everyone in the main group.
No, you can't do a cop out like that. Choose one.
But if I had to choose one, like Mince is pointing a gun to my head right now. Then I would pick Senshi.
Senshi, yeah, he pretty much is you, kind of.
He's a role model for me,
Yeah, you know, do not be afraid of your ingredients. Just cook it. So like Michi really likes to. Sorry, I'm gonna be like switching between Michi and Andrew.
You can say Andrew.
Okay, Andrew. Yeah.
No, not Andrew.
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 Okay, well, Andrew.
Well, I mean, I put that name also because you've already said my name like countless times in your streams, so
My bad.
like there's no secret there.
There's no secret. Okay, yeah. So Mr. Andrew, he cooks a lot, and he cooks really good, and he likes to cook. He likes food, and I think that's probably why he started reading Dungeon Meshi to begin with, because it's about food. It's like fantasy
I started
food.
in poly. That's not when I was really interested in cooking or anything.
But you like food, right? Food. The love for food is universal. Everybody likes food.
I don't know if I can say I did back then either.
Okay, fine.
Like not
fair.
as much as now.
Fair.
Like I just was reading it and I was like, oh, I like this manga.
Never finishes it.
my friend recommended it to me.
I see. Yeah. So why do you like Senshi? Like, other than he's like your role model? Like, elaborate. I hope the sound is okay, by the way.
I like Senshi because of like he's the old guy I look up to and like his values and stuff. It's really inspiring, and I think I mean, yeah, of course I like his cooking and all that kind of thing. I like him because he's funny and like he's the funny dwarf, and like he's not the token dwarf, but at the same time sometimes he is like in some of his ways where like, oh, I don't like magic and that kind of thing. But he's fairly open with a lot of things, and like I think I'll just go into his backstory, which when I read, I wanted to cry.
Oh yeah, that part was really. It was really nice.
It was really nice. Like I felt like maybe it was like a kind of a. I think I wasn't expecting. No, actually, at that point, maybe I was expecting something like that, but like, it's also like, kind of dark-ish. So maybe I wasn't really fully expecting it, but I think at the point in the manga where they are and stuff, like the darkness part is like it's pretty prevalent already. So
right, yeah.
Not too surprised, but I think like having it actually be like a problem of like the fear of like cannibalism and that kind of thing.
Like, what did you eat, right?
Yeah,
did you eat something that was made from something that you are?
Yeah, I think that's like it's a real fear. Like when Senshi was like so scared, like the first time he's like so afraid, like
of what he's eaten.
Yeah, and like the moment he hears Griffin, it's just like, oh wait, no.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, like if we defeat it, that's we're gonna eat it, and I don't want to know. That
Which is like, it was such a huge contrast to like everything, because usually he's like, oh, new thing.
Yeah.
How to make it? How to cook it? And then suddenly it's like, hey, Griffin, Griffin, right? Griffin.
Yeah, it was Griffin.
And then he was like, I have no interest in that. And you're like, yeah, he's like, okay, so not say no interest. It's like I do not. I'm afraid of eating that, and you're just like, Senshi's afraid of something.
Yeah, that was a really.
It was really profound.
It was a really nice
yeah.
mystery. That's when he actually like sat down and like talked about it. Yeah, that was really good.
I think it was nice also, like towards the end, like when they did, like right before he ate that soup.
Yeah.
Like and then like, you know, Marcel was initially like, you know, maybe you don't need to drink it, you know, if you don't want to, and he's like, okay, no matter what it tastes like, I'm ready to accept it now. And I thought that was really nice.
Yeah.
You know, because in the end, like I feel like he came to terms with it in the sense that like in the end it was what was kind of needed to survive.
Right.
Like I think like the way that his leader was doing it, if the leader didn't like do anything, Senshi would have probably get like left there. They might have even, I don't know, killed him just so that they could have more of his supplies.
Yeah,
you know,
he's like the weakest thing.
and he's the weakest link, and the leader was like feeding him the most.
Yeah.
As well, and the other people, the other dwarves there didn't think that he deserved to eat that much, while the rest of them had to eat lesser just cause he was younger. So like, if leader hadn't like, you know, done anything, he like Senshi might not have survived till now either. So I think at the end, like he also accepted that, like, you know, it's what was needed, like it was necessary. And I think that was like the most, because he's always the person that's always like, it's either eat or be eaten, right?
Yeah.
Cycle of life. So I think like, even though he says that, he's so afraid in that moment of what he was preaching also,
Yeah.
even though he himself went through like the most eat or be eaten kind of scenario.
Yeah.
So I think like it was quite nice that in the end like he kind of accepted that, so it kind of comes full circle that like, he's actually truly accepting what he's been preaching like the entire series.
Yeah.
So that was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. And then throughout the series, like no matter what, he's just like, he's there as a I can cook, that kind of thing. And in the party, he's just a very nice, like, parental kind of figure, and especially when like Izuzumi gets introduced, and like that's how he's just like, what are you doing? Eat the fork and spoon.
Don't just eat the meat, eat your veggies, eat everything, balanced meal, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm living by that quote.
Yeah, he's making me eat all my veggies.
Yeah,
I'm Izuzumi.
like now if you read the manga, that says
Eat your veggies.
Eat your freaking veggies.
Eat your freaking
Make
veggies.
sure you do that.
Yeah, don't put them aside. Veggies good, helps you poop. Yahoo!
Don't take it for granted.
Don't take it for granted, real.
Your body's a temple and you should take care of it.
Do you think this looks cute?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, now what is my favorite character, right? Okay, I know I said I actually don't know. I've been thinking about it. Like, within the first, when I caught up to the anime, like back in episode 7, episode 8, my favorite was Chochuk. And I think like he is still my favorite in some senses, but after finishing the manga, I think another favorite is also Kabru. He hasn't done much in the anime, but he does a lot. He becomes a lot more prominent in the... I think after this, probably the next episode or the next 2 episodes, he's gonna become prominent. Because he's gonna finally like make a proper appearance where he doesn't keep dying like every episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he... How do I put it? I think like it was intentional that he... when I first started reading, like, okay, so basically, my type of character is kind of easy to guess, I think. I remember when I first finished Dungeon Meshi and I talked about it on stream, and then I was like, oh, I really like Chochuk. And then Andy, one of my regular viewers, was like, why am I not surprised that you like Chochuk? And I think like my type is just extremely obvious. So before I started reading, I actually asked a friend, like, hey, who do you think I will like, right? Who do you think I will like? And she actually said Kabru first. And I was like, oh, okay, Kabru. But then when I read the manga, I was kind of like his impression on me wasn't very good. It was like, what is like what? He's kind of like conceited in a way, like he's really like confident in his abilities in a sense that it's a little arrogant. And he's kind of like a playboy in a sense, not really a playboy. He just like takes advantage of like, cause he knows Rin has a crush on him and stuff, and he kind of does use like his charisma to get on people's good sides, and he does do a lot of things to so that people have a good impression on him, right? But then he immediately judges, like he immediately like, oh, the Toden siblings are really suspicious. How can they like, ooh, my bottle's dead. Hello. Like, how can they like monsters like this? They're suspicious, like, I'm gonna expose them. And it's just him trying to sound cool, I guess. I don't know. What a loser. Yeah, but when I was like, I don't know if this is my type. He's a little off-putting, but I feel like that's intentional in that sense. Like, how do I put this? He is first portrayed as like, okay, what I found interesting was that when we first see him and his party, he's like, oh, I'm like, we're so good, and they talk as if like, oh, like they're so capable, they're gonna definitely reach like the deepest part of the dungeons, like they're the party that's gonna, become the next lord of the dungeon. They're gonna find the treasure and stuff. That was the impression of Kabru's party that was given to us at the start, right? Yeah?
Sorry, what?
Were you not listening at all? Oh my god, dude.
I was like listening.
Oh yeah. How are you supposed to have a Zatsu if you're not even listening to
The
me?
impression that he gave you later on. What's the final like sentence that you said?
I said like when he first appears, like our impression of the party was made to be that they are a very capable party.
Yeah.
At the start, like oh, wow, they have enough money to like get food at the inn, and stuff before they go on their adventure, and like people around them were like, yeah, you're definitely gonna make it, right? Like you're gonna make it down there. And then Rin is like, why didn't you tell them that we definitely will? Were you so humble, right?
Yeah.
So it felt like, oh, they were so capable and shit. And then like it was so funny when they just kept getting knocked out.
Yeah,
and then
it's just a gag, like at least.
yeah, and but then like it kind of contrasts with at the end, you don't see Kabru fight at all.
Yeah.
You don't really see Kabru fight like the monsters at all, very much.
He admits that like I'm not good at fighting.
Yeah, but apparently in the lore book, what is meant by that is that he's good at fighting other humans because he's so good at reading them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like mankind, he can fight them. But when it comes to monsters, he's terrified of them, right? So he actually like is kind of useless when it comes to monsters.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's why like he just never engage. You never see him fight at all. He's more of like the mediating person kind of thing. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of interesting because like in a way, like a lot of Kabru is just kind of like he is a man that relies on his appearance, whether like physical and also like metaphorically, like the kind of like what other people see him as, the kind of like appearance he gives to other people, that he's charismatic, that he's reliable, that he's a good leader, blah blah, all that kind of stuff, right? That kind of stuff is important to him.
Yeah.
And I think that actually shows in his introduction as well, because like you have this impression that he's actually this guy, and oh, maybe it's because like they don't have Lias's like monster knowledge, that's why they keep getting knocked out. It's not that they're weak kind of thing, right? But when you get to the end, it's like, oh, he actually isn't that strong. He's just really good at presenting himself as if he's capable, which I thought is like it's such a good way of portraying his character. And I kind of like that. I think the more I saw of him, the more he was like, he's very aware of his strengths, but he's also aware of like his weaknesses, and just the way that he kind of tries to deal with the stuff that he doesn't understand, i.e. Lios and monsters, and like why people would even do it. I thought it was really interesting as a whole. And just the way that he kind of got elevated towards more of a main character status, I think that's why I started to like him a lot towards the end. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And as for Chilchuck, I think Chilchuck is a bit more simplistic in the sense that he is really just like the most my type of character, I guess. Because I kind of tend to like the characters that are a bit like foul-mouthed or kind of like rude, or just like either rude or like playboy. So in a sense that they're either or they're kind of like they feel like they don't take things seriously, but actually they take things like really seriously and they care a lot about other people. That's the kind of character I like a lot. And Chilchuck and both Chilchuck and Kabru kind of both fall into that, So I think the part where Chilchuck admits to the little ogre's sister that he's frustrated at the party, but not because he dislikes them, it's because that he's so worried that they would just keep going and they don't even care about like what they're doing to themselves and stuff. And it's actually out of like a place of worry because he loves them. They're his party, and that was like oh yes.
Yeah, that moment we will see it. We will see it.
Yeah.
We'll see it, and like I like that a lot. It's a lot of them talking, but
it's not for a while though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite far ahead.
No, actually, it's.
Is it not?
Not. It's like the next episode. They're already gonna be like thrown into the abyss by Thistle, and then there's like they'll be saved by the ghost, and then there's the orcs will appear immediately. Like the orcs came back after the red dragon died, right? So that they'll stumble on them, and they'll be like, oh okay. Then they'll have the talk.
Wait, I thought then when does Shiro appear? I thought Shiro appeared like after the red dragon.
Shiro appeared. No. Shiro appears after they've got their bearings back from the and the help from the orcs.
Oh.
Then they'll have to find a way to the exit because Chochak goes like, God, okay, Lyle's like, you're probably not gonna like this, but like, we are spent already.
Oh, that's true.
We have to go back, that kind of thing, and that's what made them go back. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you had the image of like Masu just dying there because the sister orc like did that thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I think Chochak is just it's very simple reason for Chochak in the sense that he is really, a lot of him is just, that's my type, that's the type of character that I like, yeah. And but now that I think about it,
Chochak is really good.
Chochak's
I
really
like him
good.
also. I like him.
I feel like Chochak feels like a real guy.
Yeah.
Like, he likes the party, but he doesn't let it distract him from like his goals, cause in the end like when after the entire manga finishes, his goal from the start of like, oh, you know, I want to set up a store, right?
Yeah.
I want to set up a store for like people. At the end of the manga, he sets up a store. You know, or like he's working to set up a store, right? It has not changed. It doesn't change, but I don't think his goal needed to really change, because in the sense that he's the type of guy that already knows what he wants. He knows he's not someone who's discovering himself per se, because he's kind of old. He's like middle aged in terms of like the halflings, right? So this is an adult who already knows what he wants, and he just works to get it. And his development is just how he learns to be more honest with the people around him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you even listening to me?
I am.
Yeah, you are. You better be. Yeah.
Like Chochak has.
Oh,
It's nice to see like Chochak's growth.
Yeah.
Actually, there was one thing I wanted to say about Kabru is that I feel like I think it is on character, but like it's a part where I did get honestly a little annoyed at him.
Yeah, I mean,
that he's the type to very like he wants to hold the cards close to his chest. So,
yes.
Like he will not say anything that is like basically like he lacks the part where it's like, oh, we should talk. But when he finally talks, then like it's just like, okay, finally he talked. But like,
yeah.
I still don't know whether it really went through it. But like to Lyles, but like yeah, he did talk. But like it's just there's that where I'm like, I don't know why he's holding back or what to say, that kind of thing. And that is when he says like, oh, I wanted to have you as a friend, that kind of thing. I don't know. I didn't know what to think about that, honestly.
Confession. I'm kidding.
At the point, it's just I'm actually thinking like, so are you saying that because you want to be his friend, or is it because you want to get on his good side?
I think it's okay. So my interpretation of that scene is that let me gather my thoughts for a bit. Is that Kabru is, you know, he's someone that wants to keep up appearances, right? And even to other characters, he always talks about like how he never talks about himself. If you think about it, he never really says like oh, his deeper level goals. Like what you say, he always keeps himself, you know, it to him. So when you think about what he tells to Liars and the way he was, cause he was kind of like stuttering as well, right? Like that's kind of the first time that he really spills his heart out to another person, and it's the person that doesn't even care about humans at all. So I would say that that's also like, one, it's the first time he's spilling his like heart to someone else, and second, it's to the person that he understands the least as well. And I think it's less of like he's trying to get on his good side. It's more of like, this is what I'm trying to say, please listen to me. Because like the whole time when he talks about Lias, it's like, you know, Lias has always been ignoring him. He's just been trying to talk to Lias. When he does talk to Lias, it's like he's trying to like figure him out, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna act like how I am, like, you know, the usual Kabru, the usual this is how I get close to people, right? But evidently it is not getting through to Lias, because like Lias just doesn't see him in like, he doesn't even bring him along. He doesn't even like listen to him. And in that moment when Kabru is trying to explain to Lias, like, do not go to Marcel, do not go to do not try and like do anything with the demon inside, like don't do this, don't do that. And Lias is just like ignoring him, right? Lias was like, just, I gotta go, I gotta go. And Kabru is just like, I think that snapped something in him, and he's just like, listen, like, just fucking listen to me, and then he just like everything is like thrown out like to Lias. I think that was how I interpreted the scene. It wasn't like it's not that he's trying to get on Lias's good side or anything. It's just that was a plea, I think.
But okay, I don't know if it's like my reading comprehension or like not, but like I feel like I was in the same boat as Lias when it's like, Kabru didn't exactly say that the demon is bad or something. He didn't say like, oh, there's a demon like controlling Marcel, that kind of thing, or like the demon is good. Like, he didn't say all those things, and I'm like,
yeah, but when you think,
why are you being so...
No, but when you think about it, I think in that sense, like, what even if he had told Lias, would Lias have believed him? Because at that point, all he wanted to do was to save Marcel, right?
But would beating around the bush? No.
I don't know if he was beating around the bush though. I think it was more like,
he's like, because you're saying like, it's gonna be really bad.
right.
But he doesn't give context, like say like, this
I think
elf captain with me has been through this shit. Do you want to hear what he had to say when he wakes up?
No, I think, okay, first of all, like, I do think it's also because like, I'm not really explaining this like well, I'm sorry, but like, I think it's also more like, he wants Lias to listen to him as an equal, I think. And because I think more like, I think at that point he knows that Lias still has like a very good impression of the lion. And maybe he's thinking like, oh, Lias wouldn't really like listen to him if he just says like, the demon is bad, Right. Especially when that came after like, who was it? Like one of Mithran's, one of the canaries, right? Like saying that, the guy doesn't even like you. Like, this Kabru guy doesn't even like you.
Right.
He was just pretending. He doesn't even like the monster food. He's just pretending to be nice to you. Like you don't have to be so nice to him. And like she exposed like Kabru, right?
Yeah.
So I think so anything that Kabru would have said that contradicted what Lias' impression of both Marcel and the demon, like he probably like looked at it as a point that this guy wouldn't listen to me because this canary just told him that I've been lying to him the entire time,
Right.
So I think like that's why the first thing he does is like, I apologize for lying to you, right? I'm sorry for lying to you, but you need to listen to me. I just want to be your friend. And I think like to him, like when he says that, it's like I mean well, just listen to me. I think that was like like it's also a defensive mechanism. Yeah.
Right. I think it's just like cause it's at that very high tension plot moment, and I'm like, you have all the cards.
He doesn't though.
He has all the information.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, would Lias listen to him?
Yeah, I guess like that's the only thing lah. There's at that point like he doesn't know enough about Lias.
Yeah,
like,
that's why.
side, where it's like, even if I tell him like, how do I know that he's not on the lion's side, that kind of thing.
Right, or like.
But I mean, it's for me. It's like it felt like at that point where like, this is the time where you should make the attempt to kind of warn him that like, okay, if he is in cahoots with the lion, he probably doesn't know that the lion is bluffing him, that kind of thing. So let me just try, like rather than like, what if he's just an enemy? Maybe we should try again.
Okay, no. I think it's less of like, it's just an enemy. I think it's really more like he doesn't know if Lias would just even take what he says, because even if Lias like doesn't know, I don't think he thinks that.
That's the thing, that does
No.
be honest with him, and like
that he is being honest with him. The first step to telling him was that he needs to let Lias know that he is on his side. That he's still on his side, and he means, I think he's coming like I think that's the thing, right? Like Kabru is going at it from like the thing about Kabru and Lias is that they are meant to be opposites, Kabru liking humans, thinking they're way more interesting than monsters, while Laius is like the complete opposite. And it's just I don't really know how to explain it, but I feel like that was the intention. Like that intention was not for Kabru to it's gonna be a bit weird. I don't think the intention there was for Rokokui to be like, here is where Kabru will tell Laius everything, because I think the author's intention was that she wanted Laius to still go to Marcel and see it for himself, judge it for himself. Because like if someone just tells Laius, like Laius never does very well with information that's presented by others.
Right.
You know, he's the person that has to see it for himself and to judge it for himself. So I think like that moment, even though like Kabru could have told him everything, I think it was more like Kabru himself, that was like his crowning moment, in the sense that he finally admitted that, you know, like you are the person that I just want to know. You're literally the last person I haven't been able to grasp of, and I just need you to like listen to me. Like this is the, you know, like, right? And I think when the moment Laius rejects him, but yet he still chooses to, because like Laius doesn't tell him like, you know, I'm not gonna listen to you, right? It's more like Laius is just like, no, we know what, like I still need to do what I need to do, like let me do it. And then Kabru just goes like, okay, you know what? Go there and find out yourself, right? I'll help you. You do what you think you need to do. So I feel like that is also a moment of trust, because like, yeah, Kabru could have taken that moment, like Laius was like literally there. He actually stood there. He wasn't running off yet, right? But Kabru, because like Kabru could have told him, but he chose like, okay, you know what? Fine, you go there. I'll let you go there. You see it for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, because I feel like in that moment, Kabru was like, okay, like yes, he could have told him, or he trusts Laius enough that Laius has the sense to figure out that something is wrong,
right,
and he has to see it for himself.
Right.
I feel like that is what, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, because in the end, like if Kabru just tells him right there, then like the events wouldn't have played out the way that they did, though. I think the more powerful moment of it was that Laius goes there and sees how that power is hurting Marcel firsthand.
Right.
Like being a dungeon lord is hurting Marcel, and talks to, and they finally have that conversation with Marcel, and then he goes like, I think the dungeon's power is back. Kabru's like, yeah. You know, I think that was the point of it, that because Laius is kind of dead.
I think what I wanted to see was basically because I wanted because the information that like Laius' party lacks, right, is stuff that the Canaries, like even Kabru didn't know about it until the Mithrin like talked about it lah. But basically like for me, I kind of understand, like the Canaries stated it like, okay, like this is why we are not telling anyone about what is the truth behind the dungeons, that kind of thing lah. It's because it's something that like they are afraid that people will cover it lah.
Right.
Yeah. And so I think that rule is something that I can understand, like, oh, okay, they're withholding information, but it's like when at that point it's like
why is Kabru doing it?
Yeah, is why. But it is like I can kind of understand, like when you tell me about it, it's like he needs to like up the social link between them before because like he is like Laius doesn't even know Kabru at all, that kind of thing. Apart from like, oh, he's someone who wanted to
he's a nice guy.
he wanted to eat like the food that I wanted. Although like that's really not what Kabru even said lor.
Yeah.
So
God,
like there's that lah, but like I think at that point it was like I was just very like I think I wanted to at least see Kabru try and say something, like, and I wanted a conflict to be had basically, but like it felt like there wasn't any conflict, where it's like Kabru says like, oh, like say Kabru says the truth, that kind of thing, like there's nothing holding him back from telling Laius it, that kind of thing. But then Laius says like, I don't believe you, like why would it, kind of thing.
I see.
That is like Laius will reject him, and that is like later he'll see the truth when he meets Marcel, that kind of thing. But like it's just that when Laos left that point and like he still has zero idea, and I'm like,
You're like, why?
We came up to that point where they actually met.
But okay, what would the conflict between them even do though? Because like, would it be right for a conflict between them to happen when there was a whole tension and like Lias's like main reason, like he was trying to rush there. That's why he was ignoring Kabru, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, like that's. But you know, it was very annoying when I was like watching like, Laos being like, okay, I gotta go. Then there's like Kabru was like, please don't go. Okay, why? Okay, I gotta go. Don't go. But why? I gotta go, and like it happened like 3 times, man.
Okay, maybe I need to read that part again because I don't think I got the impression though.
Fuck.
I don't think I got the impression. Maybe I need to read that part again.
Kabru did not say, like, I mean, he didn't go, but he was like trying to beat around the bush and all
Was
that. I remember he was trying to stall like as long as possible, because he wanted like the elf people to like get back or something. Like he wanted Laos to wait for the elf people to get back so that they can talk with him.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
But I mean, as in, okay, like, I don't know whether that's just because I don't think I even got, like, what... I don't think I even got, like, the same kind of feeling, like, when I was reading that part as you did.
I was frustrated, man.
Maybe you were, but, like, I think when I read that part, like, I was actually really impressed with what Kabru was doing, like, the both of them. I thought, like, that was such a good character moment. Like, that's like the complete opposite of you. Oh my god.
I can't, maybe like it's like I can't see like too much of the intricacies or something, but it's like I couldn't get it, man. Like all I could see was like, is this another one of like Kabru's schemes to like get on his good side? But it is like it kind of is, but like you're saying like it is actually a genuine thing.
It is. I do believe it's a genuine thing. Yeah.
But that's like even a genuine thing. I'm also like, but why do you want to get to know him though?
Because he's
yeah, it's because he wants to get to know him, just because he wants to get to know him, right?
Right.
It's not because of like, oh,
no.
Yeah, I think you're cool.
No. He wants to get to know him because, like, as far as you know, this is the only guy he knows of that is so into monsters. Which is like really, you know, foreign to him because he hates monsters. He's so terrified of him. Of them, and he cannot fathom why there is a human who likes monsters this much. That's why he wants to know Lias. Like, like you imagine like Lias's like love for monsters, right? How he wants to know so much about monsters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like how like you know when the last part when Senshi and the rest like see the mandrakes run and they're like, oh, they can run, and then they're like, oh, Lias would have loved to see this. It's like you know Lias would die to know more and more about monsters because that's just how interested in it. You take that interest and you put it on Kabru, but it's for humans. That's why Kabru wants to know Lias that much because he wants to pick his brain on like why do you like monsters this much? You know, like aren't they dangerous? They kill humans. They cause so much trouble. Why do you like them so much? Kind of thing. That's Kabru's motive.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it's like the difference because like to me like I don't see that as a friendship. It's not an interest in a person, but I don't know if it's a like it's not like say like Laos and Marcel that kind of friendship.
No, as in okay. Well, maybe to Kabru, like his idea of being friends is just like you know I want to know this guy. I think maybe to him it is friends, but I think because like so far we've only really seen like that all of Kabru's relationships with the rest, it feels like fabricated, right? Because it's like on charisma and stuff. But I do feel that it does come from a place where like he kind of does want to be surrounded by people, right? And like even if you say that Laios wants to know more about monsters and stuff, would you say that his love for monsters is fabricated in that case? It's not, right? I'm waiting for your
Wait,
answer.
what is it?
Like you're saying that you can't wait, like you can't trust Kabru wanting to be Laios's friend because you say picking his brain doesn't seem like friendship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like at the same time, like I don't know how to explain this though. I do think Kabru genuinely wants to know him, and like that knowing him does extend to friendship though.
Right.
Yeah. Like I don't know how else to say. I don't think, like, even though Kabru does try to present himself as like he tries to get on everybody's good side, right? But I think that's because he genuinely wants people to like him. And I don't think that's just a one-sided thing either.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Because it's like to me it's like similar to Laios in the sense that he wants to know more about monsters, but that also comes from his genuine love of monsters.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's cause like for me I felt like it was the same as like, sorry, I'm gonna like drop another anime. It was like Tokyo Revengers, like the main character like enters like the one that everyone like likes the hots for. Mikey, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
Mikey.
Yeah, like I was like, why did they become so good friends, that kind of thing? I mean, like besides the whole backstory about the brother, that kind of thing, but it kind of started as like, Omoshi Roy, that kind of thing. I'm like, right, but I think I was thinking if it was something like that which I don't know, but I guess that's how it starts and yeah, like it's compared to Lars' thing, yeah.
Okay, but would you say that, like, when you bring up Mikey, I do think Mikey genuinely wants to be his friend though? I don't know how to put it. I think Mikey genuinely wants to be like whatever his name is, friend though.
Right.
Wait, I can't find the chapter where like Kabru like talks to him about it. Am I blind? Why can't I find it? Is this after the part?
I don't know. Oh yeah, Mithran hasn't awoken yet. Like all the canaries are sleeping.
Oh, okay.
Except for the wolf guy.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. That's like one part that I just kind of didn't I have trouble understanding, and like sorry to talk about, like it went into a lot into the plot. Like me picking out this.
Well, I mean, the plot was our next thing also, so I think it's okay.
Okay.
What? Why can't I find it? Is it this part?
Before that.
Before
the house and the rest got to the water.
Oh, damn, okay.
Yeah, like they were still on top of the cliff.
I see. Still on top of the cliff?
Yeah.
God. I don't even remember like what. Okay, well, anyway. Wait, you said the canaries?
Except for the wolf guy.
Oh. Wait, what? How long? I don't remember it being this far back though. Was it this far back? Are you sure? You said Mithran hadn't awoken yet, is it?
Yeah, Mithran hasn't awoken.
Eh. You're already talking to Marcel at this point though. Yeah,
Wait,
but
no.
before this?
This one Mithran hasn't even like got knocked out yet. Is it?
Okay.
Let me try to find it. What chapter are you at now?
This is 70. This is 75. Like, no, that's the thing. I went to like 80. I went to like back to.
Is it between there?
Is in between? Okay, wait. I got it. Yeah, I got it. But it's chapter 76. Okay. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Right. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just like rereading this stuff. My bad. My bad if it's like a bit silent. Hold on.
Okay. Thoughts. Was there anything else I wanted to say about Senshi?
You can chat first.
Like, I like that he is a parental figure. I like that he spies, but like at the same time, like very early on, you get to see like, oh, he has his misgivings, like being a bit like he isn't always in the right, you know, like with the magic and his beard and all that kind of thing, and the healthy, like that was one thing also, right? So like that established him as like, you know, like he's a mentor character, but at the same time he does have points where like you question him, and like also he is drawn like very like stupidly and stuff, you know that. But I like how he's like, you know, when you draw him without the helmet, and I'm like when Roko Kui draws him without the helmet, I'm like, what the hell? He looks amazing and kind of thing. Also like his backstory, I was so surprised. He's so boy. He didn't even have the freaking beard, which made me like, oh my god, he's so like he was so young when that happened, that kind of thing. That part was so scary. That part was so scary with like, oh, him trying to, yeah. That was a real big mystery.
Okay, I kind of get what you were saying, because he's kind of like, oh, you know, let's just stay here until they wake up. Let's like please make a meal for me.
Yeah.
I think it's more like
him anything to like any reason to stay there.
Yeah, I think he's also like kind of nervous, because even when he was trying to explain, he himself had like the thoughts like, wait, what I want to say is not coming out. What the fuck am I saying? Yeah, but I think it's more like what he wants Liars to do is that he doesn't I think he still wants to go in with Liars, because he does believe that Liars should go in, because he doesn't want just the Canaries to go in as well. Because if not, then the elves will take over the dungeon.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want that.
Yeah.
So he wants everyone to go in together, because he's scared that if Liars goes in alone, he might get taken advantage of.
That's true.
Because he knows that Liars cares a lot for his friends and Falin.
Yeah.
And he will do anything. So he's scared. But I think he's just like in this judgment, I think it's really more because of like he doesn't know how to approach Liars.
He has to like finally like
be honest with he has to be honest with him and be like, okay, this is what I want to do. Because I think when he's still trying to do his usual way, how he usually talks to other people, but then he's like, wait, hold on, Liars is not like other people. I think that's what the scene was trying to say, that like it's to be like, you know, like Kabru, don't just put up a face, or like share your actual thoughts.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is, yeah. And then he kind of understands when Liars like tells him straight, you know. And then he's like, okay, you know what, fine, just go.
Yeah. I think it was like actually.
Well, I mean, Liars does say like, you know, like let's have a meal together, and not a monster meal, a proper one. And I think like that's what Kabru is like. Okay, he is trying. He is trying to also extend his care to other humans as well.
Yeah.
So I'll let him go. Like he's not just thinking about stuff, because he's already made a promise to Kabru also that he will come back out.
Right.
So I think Kabru is like, okay, I'll trust you. Yeah.
I think it's kind of random, but remembering that part, I'm like, I did end up like liking this beast form canary like quite a lot, because he was literally just like, can you just talk with him? I'm very tired about a lot of things, you know. We could have been done with this job like way long ago, but we keep going on, and like even I don't like even my canaries doing all this kind of shit. Like, can we just get this shit over with?
Yeah.
I'm like, he's very high energy, and I'm like, at first I didn't like him because like he was very
he's kind of reckless.
He's very reckless and like just like, oh, very silent kind of guy. But I'm just like, when he has something to say, that just like it's like, yeah, can we just get a move on? Like, yeah.
Yeah. But I thought like that this moment between like Kabru and Liars was really, I mean, not just because I was poisoned to like like this ship, right? But also because like I don't know, I just thought that it was nice that Kabru was finally admitting like stuff that he hasn't even told like his party members. Yeah, so I thought that was nice. I like that kind of shit. Yeah. And I guess I didn't really think like there needed to be conflict because like Lyos was already rushing and stuff was already happening and he did want to go there before the Canaries wake up. So I think if they had a conflict between the two of them now, it would have felt like off base, I guess. I've been stuck on this Itsuzumi for like I don't know how long. I don't know what pose I want to give her.
She's round.
She is round. I like her. She's. But I want her to be lanky too.
Actually, are we? I mean, at this point, why don't we just keep talking about characters, right? Just skip to the point where they say thoughts on each character. We can talk about the plot and
as it goes along.
It goes along or something, I guess.
Okay, so to be honest, right, something I've realized about myself is that even though I say that my favorite characters are Chochuk and Kabru, I might have a third favorite. Can I say it? It's the
spoiler cast.
It's the lion.
Yeah. I kind of like him also actually.
He's so interesting.
I think he's a really good character. Like not good moral wise, but I mean, but he also kind of has no morals. It's fine, the kind of thing. He's
such an interesting
he's
like
just a
boss.
being.
Yeah. Are you gonna continue?
He's a very interesting villain.
He is, yeah.
Yeah. In a sense where he's not really trying to be one. Like in the end, like when Laos figured him out, it's like, you know, he's not really like oh god, right? Like a being that we can't understand. Like in fact, there's some stuff we can understand about him is that he has a desire to live. That kind of thing, same as us, because he's tasted that desire. Yeah. And I think he's really good in a sense, like he brings together all these themes throughout the dungeon.
He's a representation.
Yeah,
of,
very good representation.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the lore is like tied to him, and like the way the whole world works, how the whole dungeon and the universe works, it's all tied to him. That's why like when it gets to like his arc and you know the truth about the demon,
right?
Then you it's like when you get that, it's to me it's the same feeling as like when I found out what was in the basement of what was Aaron's basement.
In Aaron's basement, his father's collection of porn.
Like, that felt good in a sense where it's like the truth that was revealed made so much sense. It gave everything so much sense. Yeah. I think like how to say, I guess we can talk about like the plot of everything in the sense, because the lion is pretty much like, oh my god, the lion is pretty much plot, right? Like if you want to say the plot, the character that encompasses all the plot is this freaking hot ass lion. I said it is freaking hot ass lion that fucking changed my brain chemistry. Holy fuck, man, that lion is so fucking hot. When he appears in the freaking anime, holy fuck, man. Woo! Oh my god.
Woo! Okay, anyway.
Like this bitch ass is literally the reason why like I've only read up to like, oh, maybe the slightly past the anime, that kind of thing, and like Mince is going like
I'm going like
what the fuck? I'm like, the last part I know of is like the last part where I ended the manga when I was reading in poly was when they saved the sister.
When they saved Paulin.
And then I was like, where's the horny?
I wanted so bad. I couldn't even insinuate everything. I was like, I can't save anything. Can you just read it so I can tell you why this manga makes me horny?
How she put the gun to my head and said like, read.
So you know what I'm like I only had my friend to talk to, like let all these emotions. I can't even like tell And even after like Mr. Andrew like finished reading, I can't talk to him about it because he's like, oh no, save it for this stream. No, bitch. Anyway, the lion is freaking hot. So why did I draw him like that? I mean, okay. So anyway, the theme of Dungeon Meshi isn't just about the food, right? The food, I feel, is just a gateway to the ecosystem and how, like, because I feel and basically like how someone's desires can really just like change their entire course of the path, because every character has their own desire and every character like responds to their ambition like differently. Marcel lets her ambition take her into, like, she's not afraid to let her ambitions take her to doing stuff that is usually deemed immoral, right? Because like she goes into dark magic territory, she is willing to become the law of the law of the dungeon just to like fulfill her desires of like her own personal ambition of erasing the differences of like every race's different lifespans, and then extending that to also like saving Falin and also protecting her friends, right? And then Lias's own desire to save his sister as well as like the monsters, but he approaches that in a more like logical way. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. Senshi's desire to like eat as well, and how that extends to him like helping out the entire dungeon's ecosystem. I feel like the entire theme of it is really just desire in dungeon,
Yeah.
because in the end the dungeon responds to what you desire. People go into the dungeon itself because they either desire riches or they desire adventure or they desire some sort of like heroic escapade or like achievement, right? Like everyone goes there because they have ambition, and this lion is the thing that creates that ambition so that he can feast on it, because in turn that is his ambition, which really brings back the idea of like eat or be eaten, right? Because if one person gets their desire, it means that someone else will probably have to lose out. That's what creates this kind of like conflict. And I think it's such a good theme, because in a way it's like how does a story build conflict, especially between its characters, right? When what each character wants like does not match another. And I think you see that with like Chilchuck and Marcel, especially when Marcel states that this is her area of research, and Chilchuck is obviously like against it. Yeah. And there is like some tension here and there. And I feel like Marcel's actions, like how she responds to Chilchuck, actually like strengthens why she goes like that far, right? Because it's like you see like people don't understand, I gotta do it myself, and it kind of like further explains her loneliness as well. And you see that like you see, like she gets that kind of treatment from her own party member, which I thought was like really nice actually. I mean, sucks to be her, but like I just thought like it was such a good like thing. Like she just wants to be surrounded by people, and when even the closest people like don't understand her, that's also why she ended up like kind of shutting herself out, like when she became Dungeon Lord. And just the lion itself, sorry, I'm just like rambling, and I think I'm going nowhere, but I just think that the lion itself is, in all senses, he is such a good culmination of what Ryokokui has been trying to tell with the story. And I think that's like beautiful. And then the fact that the lion in the end loses because of like his ambition is like such a, I don't know, it's just chef's kiss,
Yeah. It's like the theme just is very consistent. Like it's actually been consistent
throughout
since the very beginning, I think the first part that you got really interested into Dungeon Meshi was like when and the part where I was like really excited for you to like see was basically that this is not just a slice of life anime where it's like, just eat food and kind of thing, haha, that kind of thing. It's like there is a deeper meaning and theme to all this.
Was it the golem part?
I think the golem is what makes it even more prevalent. And Yeah, when even like the part where Falin was like, I think the golden part was like when you started reading already. Like the
Yes,
part
yes.
where like Falin was talking, like when Marcel and Falin were in school, and it was like Falin was saying like, oh, don't kill the slime. It actually like
It actually helps,
creates its mana in this place of the backdrop and stuff. So it's like this sort of like ecosystem of the E and D or internet, like this cycle, you know. Yeah, and then like there's this nature to things, and that like at the heart of it all in the dungeon, it's basically the demon that is the demon's at the heart of it all.
Yeah. Because like I'm not gonna lie, the golem part was actually it was what elevated like the series for me, that is like, oh, they do take note of the ecosystem. They do take note of how things come around. And I thought that was like super interesting because a lot of fantasy games, they don't do that, right? Like you're not gonna tell me that like Final Fantasy 4 talks about like the moon and how it affects the ecosystem. Right? I think a lot of fantasy like genres thing, like it doesn't really touch on like how the killing and stuff affects it. I think to quote like the most FF4 4 yeah. Because 4 there's a lot of like death and shit, there's a lot of destruction, but it's just kind of like things will come back, you know. Things will come back. And I think like that's I think to use like a more recent example, which is Frieren, right? Okay, so I actually saw this tweet that was like on the consequences of killing in a series, right? And Frieren was basically the series that was like, yeah, you can kill and it doesn't really like affect anything. Because it's true, they kill a lot.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really affect anything, like okay, they like Stark killed the big dragon. Does that affect the ecosystem? Doesn't matter, because all that matters is that he saved the village. Village is happy, yeah. But in Dungeon Meshi, if they kill excessively, Senshi will point it out.
Yeah.
Senshi will be like, hey, this will affect this. And I think like even at the last part when Marcel, who knows nothing about the dungeon at all, right? Because every time like she's very consistently the person who's like, do you want me to just blow them out with my magic? Do you want me to just destroy this? And then they're like, you cannot do that. You will affect the ecosystem. She's like, eh. And then when she does become Dungeon Lord, it shows, right? Because all she cares about the monsters is to make them look cute. Even when the cute things like are actually detrimental to them. Like when she puts like flowers on top of the mushrooms and then the mushrooms are like dying because the flower is actually taking away its nutrients.
Yeah.
So it's like a lot of these things, like when they kill something, like in Dungeon Meshi, it actually does get brought up that like do not kill too much. Kill only what you need.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even then like Senshi does do a lot of like, oh, you know, this is how we give back. And that was really what made me go like, this is very interesting.
Yeah, how we give back is taking a shit.
Huh?
How we give back is taking a shit.
Yeah, how we give back is taking a shit and letting a tapeworm in your system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elias wanted to say something, but it was so painful and he could not let the words out. I thought that was so good. Yeah. But and I think like in terms of Frieren is like, I think, okay, I'm not gonna lie, and this is, please do not take this as like I'm dissing Frieren or anything, but after I finished Dungeon Meshi, even more so I don't really want to go back to Frieren. Because I just feel like I don't know.
There's a waifu in there, I need to know.
What waifu?
There's a green hat waifu in there. I've seen so much fucking art of that.
I've not seen a single green hair character. Who the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck? So many green hair characters in waifu. I'm like,
ooh.
So good. I don't know. I need to know.
Frieren green hair girl. Who is this? You just like her because she looks like Gabrielle.
Shut up.
Ubel. This is still armpit girl, you armpit fetish man.
Yeah.
Who the hell is this? Ubel. Okay, well. You can watch when I'm in office.
What?
I don't feel like watching it.
The hell?
I don't. You can watch it.
But okay, I mean, why?
No, because like after I thought about it, I was just like, I don't think I can look at Friren's world building without comparing it to how good Dungeon Meshi's one is.
Oh, why can't you separate the...
It's very hard right now. That's why like I think I will be able to like after I take a break, but and
yeah,
I'm taking a break.
Years.
Yeah, after 500 years, that's right. I gotta live as long as Frieren. You can watch it. But yeah, yeah, the lion is hot, okay. I like the lion is a very good character, but also like, I don't know why he's drawn so hot in all the panels. Like someone has to understand what I'm saying, right? Like
you Kui like drawn like the fairies.
I don't know, and I do not care, but like if she does, then like I would want to see that. I want to see all her old furry art.
She draws really well.
She draws really well. She
like,
draws everything.
Like
really
she's Laios in the sense where I think she actually does like have a big interest in like creatures and stuff. Because like when she draws the lion and like all the other creatures,
you can tell that she studied like the anatomy.
Yeah, the anatomy, all that makes sense. Like the dragons and all that, so like really good. Yeah.
Like it's not just like, oh, you know, you're drawing it, but the way she draws the lion is so like enticing. I mean, what? It's really nicely drawn. I don't understand. It's just so nicely drawn, you know. So like it's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
The lion is also I mean, besides before the lion was like when I saw like the goat and Mithrin, I was really
yeah.
Oh
yeah, oh my god, the goat and Mithrin part was really like, oh my god, what's going on? What's going on? Why is it drawn like this? I'm a little pervert. Oh my lord. Lord save me, man, I'm sinning. Woo! Yeah, yeah. Sorry if it's a bit like freaky, but
freaky.
I'm freaky.
I don't know. Like, the lion is only lion by in appearance, but it's not even anything. It's I think it's so good. Like its existence and like its explanation is like so good. Like what it is, like, and it's like its backstory is like, oh, at first it was an intangible form, and it was so funny. Like even in that kind of like, oh, that backstory is just like, oh, like I just saw like, oh, living beings. When the world first began, I saw the first living beings, all the insects. And it was just like,
yeah.
It's just this freaking dialogue is so dumb and shit. And then it's just like, oh, so I tried giving them myself to eat, and it's like this time I myself tried to eat this time. It's just like,
oh shit, it's delicious.
You know, like
it's so cute.
Like, what? I'm just even I can't even like what is this gonna sound like in the freaking anime, man? Like what's the voice actor for like lion?
They get Pikachu's voice actor. The voice like the little part, like kore oishii. Some shit. I don't know, but like I everything about the lion is so good. I think the lion is honestly like one of the strongest like storytelling devices as a character I've ever seen in like media.
It's a very scary villain.
It is.
It's a very scary being. It's a very smart being. It's like all powerful. Like
And I think like how I like it is that the lion is very good at changing our perception of the characters.
Yeah.
Right? Like the way like when he talks about like each person's desires, especially like Marcel and like, okay, I think this is a later down the line of like other people's misinterpretation of Dungeon Meshi and its characters, but I guess since we're talking about the lion, I might as well just say it here. But
the lion did nothing wrong.
No, the lion did a lot of things wrong. I'm not that kind of person, okay? The lion has corrupted me, and by that's already wrong. Alright, what were your thoughts when the lion first said that you hate humans to Laios? and even brought up the like oh, you know, your love for monsters stems from your hatred of humans.
Right.
What do you think about that?
I think it was at that point where it actually showed like, I don't know if it was the part where it was showing like images and stuff, and it's basically like showing like, oh, his life back then in his home village, like why he ran away from there, because he didn't like that the people in his village were so like a bunch of close-minded like old traditionalists, where like they couldn't accept like his sister as well, like that his sister was a bit different. They were like, it's the same people who were like, oh, we burned the witch, that kind of thing, and at the stake, that kind of thing. And like, she's sorry for this very weird drawing. When I'm not drawing the freaking base of like what the head is, it feels very weird. But yeah, I think it's. What else did he like besides Laos? Was there anyone else? He really kind of.
Thistle, and then like Marcel, I guess. Marcel, I guess, but yeah, like.
Was there anything else you wanted me to go on about like the Laos bit?
Okay, so what I wanted to say was that apparently a lot of people who read that part took it at face value.
Huh?
They really took it as like, wow, Laios hates humanity. Which is very wild to me. It's very wild to me. It's like if you take the lion's words at face value, that means like you yourself have fallen for the lion's like lies.
Yeah.
Because like how can you like that comes at like the end, right? The very end. And I think that's why it probably confuses a lot of people, because like people are like trying to grapple with that. Wait, hold on, but so far like towards like in the entire thing, Laios has shown to be really like caring, right?
Yeah.
To his friends. Like, does he actually hate them? You know, was this like his secret all along? And then it's like he doesn't like say anything to like where like he accepts the lion's offer, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like that's the thing. I think the lion is so good at giving you misconceptions that it even gave misconceptions to the readers. Like a lot. I didn't realize so many people actually thought that Laios like actually this like hated humans until like recently, when like everyone started reading the manga, and then they're like, oh, but Laios actually really hates humans. And I'm like, wait, hold on. You can't tell me that you actually believe what the lion said. Yeah. So like I think like the point of that scene was that the lion is trying to gaslight Laios. I don't know why that wasn't more obvious to people, especially when people like to use the term gaslight nowadays.
Yeah.
Like it's literally trying to gaslight Laios, and he's trying to like he's trying to basically be like you know, like, remember all the things that your village did to you. That's the first reason why you why you started loving monsters. But it kind of like strips away at what Laios has become, right? Because throughout the course of the entire thing, he is learning how to like appreciate more than just monsters. He appreciates Senshi because of like Senshi's observational skills in like cooking. It's like he notices. He's the one that goes like, oh, Cho-chak is actually really good at this, so let him do it. Oh, Marcel is really good at this, so let her do that.
Yeah.
Like he notices humans, so it's like, and he continues to like learn about humans. He continues like with what happens to like Shiro when he finds out that, oh, Shiro actually doesn't really like me and I've been pissing him off the entire time. And then he actually does try to like be more aware around Shiro. He tries to understand where Namari is coming from. He's trying to understand where a lot of these new characters are coming from. And like that part was I thought was so good, because it was like, it's so meant to throw you off. It's like, oh, like he hates humans, but then you're kind of like, but like something's not right here, because Lion obviously doesn't hate humans, but the lion is using his initial like even all the examples that the lion shows him is from even before he met the rest.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's gaslighting 101.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that was one thing that I was shocked about when people were like, oh, like Laios actually does hate humans, and I'm like, okay, what? I guess the lion is really the lion has done his job there. The lion has done his job because you got convinced. But yeah, I think it was also really like cool of Laios to like he gives into it, but it was kind of also part of his plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so cool.
That really had me on the ropes.
It did.
Yeah, that last part was so good.
It was so good.
It's just like I'm there with the other characters and like, what's going on? No way, can't let him leave. Oh no, what's going on?
What's going on? And then he's like, hold on, I have a plan, but he doesn't tell anybody still.
I mean, because that's something that he had to do on the fly.
Oh, but that scene where like he does tell Itsuzumi and he only tells her like whisper like, you okay, if I seem off, just kill me.
Yeah.
And then the way she just like
the way
jumps at him and like
oh
slices off his head, it's so good.
It was so good.
Oh, it's so well drawn, man. Like the way it flowed so nicely. Ryogoku is so...
I also like that part where it's just like Laos's like instinct to like trust Izasumi's like instincts, like
that's why, like that's the thing, like that's the thing, like you see the way like that's also why another thing why I didn't get why people could like actually believe the lion, because right before he goes to meet the lion, he gives each of them a role.
Yeah.
Do you think someone who doesn't care about humans, about mankind, would have observed so well to be able to give each character their own role and what to do for all this?
Yeah.
And he's been the one making plans. He knows what each of his members' skills are. He's been like, Laios is dumb in the sense that he cannot EQ, but his observational skills for like everything else is like his strongest feature. And like that was how he learned about monsters, because he observed them. And he's putting that same observational skills on the people around him as well. So like, yeah. I think Laios is a really good character. He's like another de facto favorite. I don't know, but I feel like he's everyone's favorite.
I love Laios a lot.
Laios is so good.
I love Laios a lot as well.
Sorry, I feel like we've just been talking about in circles and I'm just like rambling. I'm not very good at like...
That's okay, we're not doing a retrospective. We're just doing a rambling. We're not doing a study on this where it's like, we're not trying to break it down into too many parts. The topics part I feel is more just to help us, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just like
just to help us.
Yeah.
In case we like forget what to talk about. Because we are going to go around in circles no matter what.
I feel I'm gonna repeat all these points later, but all you have to know is that I think the lion is freaking hot.
You say you're gonna repeat this a lot of points later, but it's already been like the 5th time you said that.
The lion is freaking hot. It's the 6th. You agree with me, right?
I feel like our lecturer would find it really hot as well.
Which lecturer?
Lecturer who taught us how to draw animals.
Oh.
It's like, it is perfect. It is perfect. Okay, it's perfect in the sense.
Maybe to him he's like, oh, blasphemy.
It's perfect in the sense where it looks like an animal, but there's a characteristic to it too. So like you can feel like there's a character there. Yeah, it's more like if it was just like a very realistic looking lion, then it would look like live action lion.
Why did the lion have to lick Thistle's PP, man? Like to lick everywhere else, but it had to that
was great.
I think when I saw that, my eyes grew so big. Like, what? Where is he going with that?
No,
wait, you have someone in your chat. I don't know when they appeared.
Oh no, that was way back. But I mean,
you don't know what to like reply to that.
Also, cause you were like talking, so I didn't want to like cut in like, hey, hello.
Oh, that's
but
true.
I mean, welcome to the chat if you're still here.
Probably got Daisy dancing.
We love Daisy dancing.
Daisy dancing, yeah.
Oh, wasn't the first time chat? Maybe that's just a setting you can do.
No. I think it's really just the first time they ever type in your chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, What else? Like, do you have any thoughts on like the other characters? I don't know what else to say. I think.
There's a lot of characters. I like a lot of characters in this manga. Like, I mean, there's a lot of characters that are so very touch and go, lah. But like, there are some characters that are like really noteworthy. Like, you can talk about like the gnome also. The gnome.
Oh, the gnomes, yeah.
The old gnome guy who actually like, I thought he was gonna be just a very one-off thing where like, oh, it was just this scenario with Namari and that's it. But it was like
the gnome was like the introduction to kind of like our first look at how each of the races see each other.
Yeah, it was a very that was the first introduction, but also at the first introduction into like there is a situation happening outside of the dungeon that Lao's group is not privy to.
Yes.
Yeah. And
and technically neither is Namari as well.
Yeah. Like it's the first time that like that point has been brought up, like, they're basically talking about the ecosystem of the adventurers.
Yes.
Like he's complaining to the governor, you're not giving them enough incentives. It's going haywire out there. Like,
like all the gold has been stripped already. Like people aren't wanting to exploit.
Like crime rates are on the high, on the rise, that kind of thing. Monsters are going rampant. Because like the adventurers aren't focusing on killing the monsters, that kind of thing.
They're focusing on each other
instead, because that's where you get the money from. Because monsters don't drop gold coins in that dungeon.
And the gold coins might kill you even if they do drop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think that was also another interesting
really
thing.
good insight.
Like I guess like the racism thing was also a point that we brought up, right?
I feel like I don't know about talking about racism actually. I feel like talking about races.
Yeah.
Racism.
Okay, so I put it as racism because I just like to call it like, oh, this is fantasy racism, right? Like.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like the racism is there. It's the same as it starts off the same as like most other fantasies where the elves look down on people who are not elves.
Yeah, it's true.
Dwarves will just dig and dig. Halflings
are
money minded.
I don't know if money minded is a thing. I guess even in Final Fantasy 14 the rich fucks are also like the Lalafell.
Yeah. I don't know if that's actually I'm suddenly thinking about it because I remember, I mean, in a sense the hobbits in Lord of the Rings they aren't necessarily greedy people, but they are materialistic and stuff.
Right. Yeah, fair.
And men are men.
Men are men.
Yeah,
okay.
those are the greedy fucks. Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So what do you want to say?
So like that's how it starts out. It's the same every time, but
oh my god.
Later on it's that they don't just stop there. They will sit down and like, okay, in this episode we'll have the races talk to each other and like show each other like, you know, there are these differences between each races, and that's fine. You can recognize that there are these differences, but it's okay. It doesn't make one more worth than the other, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think even in the sense where like Marcia's objective of when she becomes Dungeon Lord and she wants to basically destroy that barrier, destroy these differences between the races, the age differences, so they can all see each other
as equals.
But later when Laos and the rest talk to her, like it's when she realizes that like when she has to realize that like it's like that's running away from the issue.
Yeah.
You're not taking responsibility and like accepting each other's differences.
Yeah. And it's more like it's like they just kind of discuss it later that it was more because she really just doesn't want to be left alone as well.
Yeah.
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 And I think that's like, okay, this is just like me gushing over how well done everything is, because like each party member is a different race. That one is, you know, it's a staple in every series, right? Like your party members have to be different races because they all have archetypes, blah blah. But I think the first part is when Namari comes in, and Namari is like, she's not a different race, she's a dwarf just like Senshi, but the way that she acts is so different from the way like Senshi acts, right? Like, cause she's like, no, you know, we're all like about weapons and about smithing and like we're all about weapon care. And then here's like Senshi's that's like, yeah, my super rare, you know, metal that shield that's made out of this super rare metal, I'm using it as a cooking pot. Like, who the fuck cares, right? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then Namari's like, what the fuck, you know, like, and I think like that was the first point. It's like you ease into like the first 4 races first, right? And then you get like, here's another of the same race, but look at how different they are. And you're like, huh, okay, so within the same race, there's so much difference. Like we think that, oh, Senshi is just a happy-go-lucky dwarf, and then so we get this thinking that, oh, maybe the dwarves are like, they're all like, yay, you know, they're just kind of like this the impression of dwarves we have is Senshi. And then Namari comes in and then tells us that, and she's like this more stereotypical dwarf.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, wait, so this is how dwarves are supposed to be. And then from there, you go into the gnome, and then the gnome goes back up to tell the governor about stuff, right? And then the governor starts shit-talking dwarves. And you're like, hey, what the hell are you making them sound like barbarians, right?
Yeah.
Like what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, cause the way he says, oh, the dwarves just like dig everywhere and they destroy things. You're like, but we just got Senshi who is so he's so concerned about upkeeping the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So I felt like that was really like, you know, like she eases you into each part of it. Like, here is one impression of a dwarf, right? Oh, here's another impression of what the dwarf is supposed to be. So then it's like, oh, Senshi is the outlier. But then after that, here's the even more like what people who are not dwarves see them as, and you're like, hold on, that's not right. So it kind of builds up this thing that it's like, okay, the races are seeing each other differently as well. And then after that lines in very nicely to like when Marcel does her black magic, and then you start seeing, okay, so this is how the governor sees the elves, right? Like they're all like high and mighty, they're so proud and shit, they look down on the other races. Then you get Marcel doing this, and then Chochuk starts looking down on her also, right? And then it ties into after that when Marcel does meet the other elves, you see that she's also kind of ostracized as well. So, and then the race part comes in all together because it's the driving force that eventually leads Marcel to doing what she does.
Yeah.
And I think like that's just like really beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, it's just the way like it's so masterfully like set up. I don't know how you do it though. Like I don't know if you can even like plan this sort of thing.
That's what I want to know. It's like what's going on with like Ryokokui in Ryokokui's head. Like it feels like it's a very genius thing how she does this. Like
maybe it's on
pacing,
accident.
the writing of the story is
the pacing is really good.
comes out really good. Like if it doesn't feel needlessly complex. The whole story and the world building is not needlessly complex. There's that. I
think the thing about Dungeon Meshi is also that like you can kind of tell where certain things are going. Like, did you already have the inkling that Marcel was going to become the Dungeon Lord during the Nightmare part?
No.
Okay, because I did.
Oh.
I because like the book that Laios gave her was specifically the book that Thistle was holding.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, because like when I saw that, I was like, wait, why is he handing her like Thistle's book? I was like, hold on, is she gonna be the one to defeat Thistle? Like, because the whole time you would think that like, oh, it's setting up like Laios to be the Dungeon Lord, right?
Yeah.
But then when I saw that part, I was like, hold on, is Marcel actually gonna become the Dungeon Lord? That was what I thought. Right? And then I was like, I kept thinking about it, but it wasn't very long because I was just like going at it, like the reading. So, like, I think what my thoughts were going is that she does have a motive, but and then at that point they were kind of putting hints in, because like Thistle kept saying like, it was like telling, I think that was also around the part where Thistle was telling the lion like, oh, you like them, right? You're helping them. Like, which one are you? Which one do you like, huh? Is it the tall man or the half elf? And that was the first time that information came out. That Marcel was not a full elf. And I was like, wait, what? Elaborate. And then they never elaborate. And you're like, hold on. So then like when that also came out, I was like, and then like, you know, all this part about like how Marcel seems to be like a bit more touchy with the race. And the thing, like Ryoko Kui also subverts your expectations, because Marcel does like engage in some quote-unquote stereotypical racism herself, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like oh, like she still judges ages by like elf years. Like Kyocha is like, yeah, I'm 29. And then, you know, to us we're like, oh, 29, that's pretty, that's older, that's like a, you know, like you're past your quarter life crisis, right?
Yeah.
And then like Marcel was like, you're still just a kid, you know. Like she doesn't think of it like that.
Yeah.
And then only like Lyos is like, Cho-chak, sir. He's like, shut the fuck up. Right? And so it's not like, even though she wants to, I think that's the thing, like in the end Marcel is still very much a kid. Right? She claims to like have all these like grandiose dreams of like, oh, you know, equality and like erasing the differences between the races. But her idea of it is still very much a child.
Yes.
Because she doesn't understand, like, she's kind of like
That's like the nightmare she is portrayed as
a kid, right? As a kid, yeah. She's still a little baby that like when she gets encouragement, she's like, I can do it. But then she mistakes that encouragement for like acceptance. Cause like she assumes that Lias and the rest will agree with her on like her thing, and then when Lias goes like, I can't agree with that, she's genuinely like shocked, right?
Yeah.
And also like, you know, when she talks about like she cannot believe that Namari and Shiro like left their party, because she was like, I thought we were all friends.
Yeah.
You know, and then even when like Cho-chak was like, yeah, I'm kind of here just cause of it. It's like, what? So you're not here cause we're actually your friends? And she's like, you know, like she's just a kid. She's literally just like a kid. So, and I think that's why like she needed to become dungeon master first as well.
Right.
Because it was to kind of show like how to say, Thistle is also a kid. I think it's very funny that both the first few dungeon masters were elves.
Yeah.
Even like Mithrin.
Yeah.
They're elves. And I think it stems from this like this thing where the elves are also just kids. It's easier to get them because their desires are so it's very easy to manipulate. I think that is what the intention was, I feel.
Right.
Because like I don't think it's a coincidence that all three dungeon masters, with the exception of Lyos, will all happen to be elves. Right. And all their desires, like what got them like God, was something that was very carnal in the sense. Like Mithran's one was just like, oh, you know, I wish I never joined here, right? So that I could be with my love.
Yeah.
Right? And then Thistle's one was just like, I want to help like my brother kind of thing, like the not blood brother but brother, right? It's all very like easy to take advantage of, even Marcel's one, because it stems from loneliness.
Yeah.
And I think like that was like a good contrast between like how the elves, the rest of the high elves were like portrayed to be like masters of the dungeon.
Yeah.
But yet they are also like the victims of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting. I don't know where I was going with that point, but I just thought that was really interesting.
What were we initially talking
The race stuff, I think,
okay.
yeah. And I guess it's also like even though the racism is kind of, sorry, not racism, like the race differences is, I don't know, like I guess I was just impressed that the race ended up being a part of it, because you mentioned like the ecosystem in the dungeon, yet there's the ecosystem of the adventurers, right? And then like the ecosystem of the adventurers is basically how the races see each other as well.
Yeah.
And in the end, that in turn affects the dungeon as well.
Yeah.
So like I thought that was cool. Yeah.
Mm.
And I guess like usually I think when they first started touching on like the differences in race, I did not think that it would play such a huge part in it. I just thought that it was kind of world building, but I guess I should have seen it coming. Especially when like it got brought up like much more often in the later parts.
Right.
But I think it's also why like you had to the ending of like, you know, like Liar's building a peaceful kingdom. He had to resolve both, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was not just about resolving the dungeon, because the dungeon is just a dungeon. In the end, like it was just a ephemeral thing, right?
Yeah.
In the end, it was about how to balance everybody's desires. And that's how you create a peaceful kingdom, because to create a peaceful kingdom is also to like understand what each other needs.
Mm.
Yeah. So I think it's beautiful that Rokokuyu managed to tie in like fantasy races, like the differences between fantasy races and like tying it into like a whole ecosystem, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add on?
About the races thing.
Oh, in general, yeah, I guess. So I'm just I keep apologizing.
It's just done very naturally. Like I'm like this one point I wanted to bring up, which was like how the information was being withheld from like characters, right? You know, key characters. Like the canaries are the one with like the most information. So like in a way this feels like a very touch and go on the racism thing, on the race thing, but like I feel it's like it's the elf thinking that they can't trust any other race with the knowledge, right?
Yeah.
That kind of brings about their downfall in a sense where like they want to sort of destroy every dungeon, but like they don't know how that would
they don't consider the effect it will have on like the people around it.
Yeah. So in the end, like you said, like it's kind of ironic that the elves are the ones that are actually the ones that haven't given that much thought, because they are very nonchalant about things. They don't give much thought to anything, even though they're supposed to be like smart and stuff. Even though they've had so long to like, you know, think and all that kind of thing. But it's in the act that like you have so much time, you are in a way carefree that you don't have any urgency to think
about these things.
Yeah.
And I guess that also culminates very beautifully in Mithran, because he literally has like no other desire after everything.
Yeah.
And it's like, what does it matter to him? Yeah. But it was kind of like funny also, because it's like, okay, so in the end, like you are like they want to destroy the dungeon because, you know, they know that it's dangerous, right? But yet I thought it was so funny, because the first time they were being talked about, like the gnome was saying that like, oh, you know, they just want to take back their land because like they're so high and mighty and shit.
Right.
And then you find out with like, wait, that's a misconception, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing, like the elves never bother to really explain, because they're like, they're all beneath us anyway, like they won't get it.
Yeah, or like we don't want them
to know about
because
it.
They will try to like entice the demon and whatnot.
And then our job will be harder, and it's like they don't even consider. And even when like I think what was also interesting when Kabru, who is like a victim of that kind of action, right? Because his hometown got destroyed, and then he tries to tell them like, won't you just cause a repeat of Utaya? And then they're like, oh, Utaya was just like an outlier, and like they don't even like care about it.
Yeah.
And then Kabru's there like, hello, and they're like, yeah. But yet they're the victims of it.
Yeah, it's with their like with their racism, like they neglect being able like to actually talk things out, to discuss and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did find it yeah, so it's like the moment they see the demon or anyone rating a demon, they will just try to kill them because like it's just like the problem.
Yeah, they're the problem. Like we don't need to talk it out.
And like
we know
basically
everything.
that made things worse, you know, with like them chasing Marcel, and then just eventually like she let out the demon.
Yeah, right. Like
But
it was ironically it was
just like they didn't bother talking. It's just like, oh,
kill her, and then like it was and kill the friends too, and then that was what like why Marcel even like this like was like in that desperate time just like make me Lord of the Dungeon.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. It's just I don't know how to say it. It just like everything just feels connected. Well,
it feels very natural.
I think like at the start I did say that it felt like it was a bit going too fast at the end. That was my first impression when I was reading it. I think I was like, wait, okay, things are going a bit fast, but now when I think about it, I was like, actually I don't really mind it. I don't know. I think I can't really remember why I thought that way. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, I did, but maybe because I was reading it too fast.
Like basically the part where I'm talking about like with Pablo and
now I do
like
it.
you realize like which chapter that is, right?
It's like so
it's
far.
like 30 chapters be from like the end.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. You're like, huh.
Yeah. Speaking of the end, I think we talked about this a bit, but like we were saying like how the ending of Dungeon Meshi was like it's nice that they took like so many chapters to even just clean up everything. I think we talked about it on your other stream the other day.
Oh, wait, in regards.
So we will go there and you go sleep. Oh, thanks for dropping by. Please have a good rest. Thank you for dropping by. But yeah, like you know, when we were talking about like FMA on your other stream, and then we were saying like how both manga like they do give like even though the main conflict was resolved, like they still give like a lot of chapters to slowly like show the resolution of it, and like to tie up all the loose ends.
As in like okay, you mean that ending part like after
yeah.
There's no more fight.
There's no more fights. It's just eat.
Right.
yeah.
I guess fast in a sense like I guess in a way like with a lot of characters it feels
wait, no. When I was talking about the fast pace, I was talking about like the battle thing. But I did want to say that I don't know why I thought that. Cause the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, they needed it. It didn't feel fast. I don't know why I thought. Maybe it's just me reading fast.
Yeah, I think you're reading fast cause like it's the final thing that you were like.
Yeah.
I
did at first think that the way that Laios defeated the lion felt a bit like a Deus Ex Machina. Because if he didn't write the last part about like, oh, this monster can eat all these desires, then he wouldn't have won, you know.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not really sure. People were saying that he wrote it like quite many chapters before, actually. But I'm not really sure. I need to reread it to really like figure out that timeline that like, this was when he kind of had an inkling and he decided to write it down. Because I honestly cannot remember when he would have learned that information or you know, that kind of thing. Right.
Wait, how far back did people think he wrote that? Like, cause like
no.
only learned that.
As in no. I don't know because the thing is like apparently in the after chapter notes, like one of the scanlators said that if you look at the notebook from this chapter. It was actually written in the corner already, kind of thing. So it kind of made me wonder, like, okay, wait. So when would he have written that? You know. And I think I need to like reread it to really know. I guess can't really remember.
I don't. Was it? I think they no. I think that scintillation was showing like, this drawing was from when he
No,
was
no, no,
showing
no,
how
no,
they
no, no.
talk.
I read that note recently, and they did explicitly said that,
Huh?
like, oh,
Really?
they did. They did because
that drawing was since before he even came to the
no.
island.
But apparently, when they showed it in a later chapter again, there was an extra note written there that wasn't there before. Was what I remember the scanlation team like pointing out.
Oh.
Yeah, because they wanted to point out specifically that extra addition that
Right.
it can eat desires.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, I the only qualm I have is that part still feels like a Deus Ex, whatever you pronounce it, fucking machina.
I don't know what that means actually.
Oh, it means like a cop out, like basically.
Huh?
Like a thing that can solve all the story's conflict and make the good guys win just suddenly appears.
Oh.
Yeah. So like I'm trying to think of an example, but I'm trying to think of like a very simplified example, like
FF16.
no FF16 actually doesn't. I don't think it does. Wait, don't look at my camera. Yeah. It's like you imagine like this scenario where like okay. I'm gonna take an example of a school play, right? That in Sota I watched the theater department like put up. So basically, there was this family that has been kind of terrorized by this like rich guy. And basically the rich guy kind of wants like the family's like mother lah, cause she's hot and shit. And at one point even tries to like bid her forcefully. And then because she rejects him, so he takes advantage of all of his connections to try and like, oh, you know, I'm taking their house, this house belongs to me, your job also belongs to me, kind of thing. So it's like and in that point, like it seems that the family can't win lah, right? It's like, oh no, we're just a normal family. How are we supposed to like our house is gonna get taken away, we have no money, we're gonna live on the streets, like, oh no, what do we do? And then suddenly how the thing ends, how the thing is resolved is that this banker guy just suddenly comes in and is like, well, so we look at rich guy's records and he has committed large fraud, so he's going to jail, and therefore you know, like whatever he's threatening you, it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, okay.
And then they're like, yay! And then like it ends.
It's like it's by they didn't do anything, but they won.
But they won, yeah.
by
Because like the bad guy did something that wasn't even of their doing, kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
Well, you have a great day. No, yeah, no problem. Thank you. Please have a good rest. If you need to rest, please go and rest. Don't worry about staying on for the stream. Your well-being is a lot more important. And we will have a good day, and I hope you also have a good day. Yeah, so that's what a Deus Ex Machina is. And I remember when Machina is
Deus Ex
Deus Ex Machina, yeah. Like that's what it is. And I think like that play was actually one of the prime examples in the Wikipedia entry for that the definition of that term as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what it felt like to me. The like, you know, the
final end.
The final thing, like, oh, like he added in the
you can eat the monster that allows.
Yeah, like the monster is like it can suddenly eat like desires, even though like it wasn't there before. Yeah.
Cause like technically the only time he learned that was with Marcel. When he actually got to Marcel, and Marcel was basically explaining like, oh, the lion actually does this.
Yeah. Right. And then he was just like, oh, so the demon is made out of desires?
Right.
So I will choose to eat the desires. Right. It felt like that. But it felt like because like there was like even when the scanlation team pointed out that, oh, he wrote it like at this chapter, like it was already there. I was like, yeah, but you know, it wasn't really like that convincing to me. So that was the only thing. Especially because when it was like the most like you know, important piece of the thing. But maybe I have to reread it. Maybe I have to reread it and like, you know, then I'll be like, I don't know. But other than that, like that was the only point of Dungeon Meshi that made me a bit like,
Yeah, like why would he write it?
Yeah, why would he
in the
know how to
chapter,
write
or,
it then? Like
what? Right? Yeah.
like I know he can observe, but I feel like that's too inhuman, even for liars. Like
I'm sorry, but I want you to like find where that scintillation is, cause even I was like, cause like the scintillation I remember was like, oh, they say like, oh yeah, this diagram was drawn during this.
okay,
period,
I'm
but
gonna
not
find
not
it.
the fucking words.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it, and you talk.
Cause I'm like, that's bullshit. Like I'm like, there's no way he knew about that like any time before like so. Then the thing is that like, okay, so when did he get the time to like write that down and stuff? And like the only thing I can think of is like maybe when he was planning to like confront the lion.
Right.
Like because before that we had the camera fixed to him, so we had no idea where like where like when he would have like written that, right? We would have seen that, right?
Yeah.
And like maybe it was there. I think like maybe he was like writing down in his notes like, oh, this is my plan, this is my fallback plan.
Okay. Chapter 91 Glossary Digesting Desires. The fact that the monster liars turned into something that can digest desires were actually set up in the previous chapter. If you remember on page 6, when they look at the pages that describe Liars' ideal monster on the left side is a line saying that it's able to digest something.
No, that's literally like the previous episode when they're going through analysis and it was like hidden there. It's just showing that it was hidden there.
Right.
It's not like, oh, it was in chapter 50, that kind of thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. Okay.
So that's not bad.
Yeah, but
also like we don't know when he
wrote that. Yeah.
But I think it's fine. I think it's just like, okay, I can imagine there was some periods. If anything, it's not like he was like showing the book to the lion and it's like, oh, can you do this?
Yeah, I guess.
Like it's in his mind in a sense. Yeah. So like he has thought of it.
He has thought of it, but it's just that I don't know when he would have thought of it.
Right. I think he. The thing is that I think from the very beginning, right, when like whoever was like basically going on like, how are we gonna defeat this thing? And he's like, you said that he actually wants to eat, that kind of thing. And like, done lah, we can kill him. Like when he said that, I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, I
like,
guess.
So he already has a plan, but he didn't say what.
He didn't say what, yeah. I guess, yeah. That part really did come out a bit of a left field for me. And I was like, wait, what? When did he, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
For me, it's just like, oh.
But it was something that I can kind of like close my eye to.
Right.
You know. But yeah. Okay. So do you have anything else to talk about regarding this topic or like anything that we've been talking about?
You look at
the list. That list. Yeah. I don't know, I just think that like the way the story is otherwise crafted, it feels like everything is very intentional. I don't know if that's just like a happy coincidence or if Ryokoku is actually just really that smart.
Yeah, because I was checking up like, oh, so when like the manga ended not long ago. It was like last year, the last quarter of the last year, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like that was pretty recent, and like I was reading the manga back then in poly, so like it was such a long time, and I was just like, how
much?
Like, how much did she actually think ahead?
Right, and it's kind of interesting because there is a sketch in the doodle book about where she draws the AU if like Liars became like, you know, it's like the evil and then Liars became like Demon King.
Yeah.
Instead of whatever the ending is.
Right.
And then she actually wrote a note that saying that like this may sound like a joke, but like she was saying that this was actually what she thought the ending would have been.
Right.
If the manga actually got to, you know, the final like,
right.
If she was able to like the manga was able to last as long to get to like where she wanted to. She was saying that like apparently that's what she thought the ending would have become, and I thought that was so interesting. I was like, wait, So
So you didn't have it.
So it wasn't a really like happy ending. So you didn't have everything thought out like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, okay. So it really makes me wonder because it's like I don't know, it just seems like wait, how do you think about this, you know?
I think it's very, well, in a way, like it's kind of stupid to say this, but like a little magical in a sense.
Yeah,
where it's like,
yeah.
I feel like with how the manga progressed, right? I think you can tell like that is literally how she progressed in her thoughts as well. Like she progressed at the same pace as the manga did. I mean, she's always one step ahead, lah.
Yeah.
But like, in a way, it's a little taking things as things go, but at the same time, you know, like sticking to like the theme and shit. Basically that like, you know, it's surprising that like, oh, okay, yeah, it's like it started off as like, oh yeah, you wanna eat stuff in the dungeon, but she never strayed away from that. She never strayed away from like the other objectives, like, oh, Lyles wants to save Pardon. And like it's true all the way to the very very end.
Like she is very consistent. I think that's the strong like the strong point of it. Yeah.
So like that one and like eating and like she basically stuck with the eating thing
all the way to the end.
She never made it like, oh, actually I want to make it an FMA thing. Change it to like, oh, the more philosophy of life, like, but without the eating and stuff. Like, no. She carried on with the eating thing. She molded it into like
the eating was always just like a kind of like a stepping stone. It was the backdrop, but it's such an important backdrop that in the end it's like you have to thank the backdrop for letting you do your stuff. I guess. Like I guess that's why going back to like another misinterpretation of Dungeon Meshi that I feel that a lot of people have is like when people say that, oh, like they think they were kind of disappointed that it became more than just about the cooking and the food, which I don't know.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that because I see people saying that like, and actually like I think Eiko also kind of said that she thinks that the misdirection at the start was intentional, and I was like, I don't know if I would call it a misdirection though. I don't think Ryoko Kui wanted to lie and say that, oh, this is just gonna be a sweet manga about cooking, because the opening scene is literally throws a steak right at you that Lyles' sister got eaten up and he has to go back in, and the cooking was because of result that they had no money to like get proper food, and so they had to eat whatever was in the dungeon.
Yeah, and like it's not like she forgot all these things. Like definitely definitely I felt like, oh, later on it seems like the chapters didn't have as much cooking and that kind of thing. Like, you know, of course I take note of that kind of thing. Like I cook and shit.
You know, I also took note of it,
yeah. And like, oh, they use less monster stuff already. But like I'd rather not have it like, oh, force them to cook shit out of the blue in a sense. And also is that like I feel like they did not, like what I said earlier, they did not stray from the original theming of like eating and stuff. Like it's still the same.
It's still the same,
It's still the same. They're not. It never changed.
I don't think it changed. If you felt like it changed, it's because you focus way too much on the cooking to see what the cooking was trying to tell you.
Yeah, did you forget like that? Oh, sorry, no, sorry. I mean. I mean.
Did people forget?
No, that the whole ecosystem and like the world building and stuff, and like the characters even. Like, it's not just an anime about cooking. It's not your watch like Shokugeki no Soma, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But like, it's very much about the characters as well. Everyone likes the characters, and like, you know, they're not just gonna be like, oh, flat one-dimensional characters where like they just want to eat.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, there ended up being so much built up
I think
for
even from the
characters and
start,
stuff.
yeah, even from the start, it was already building up.
Yeah, so I feel like it's not taking away. It's more of like
They're adding on
it's just
to it.
adding on to it.
Yeah. I actually wanted, on this point, I actually wanted to make a reference to another series, but I think I will take a toilet break, and I think you should also take a toilet break. We have 2 toilets. So let me take a
Fine.
You're fine? Okay, well I'll leave you guys with Michi. I'm gonna go take a toilet break while
Yeah.
he talks and stuff. Ow, I'm flying. Oh my god, Izumi is really cute.
Yeah, Suzumi's the only one that's cute. Everyone's looking crazy and shit. It's fine. I'm just doodling. Mince is actually drawing like the actual. I don't know why Mince is drawing stuff that can actually be made into merch. Like, what the fuck? I just wanted a Udo shit. That's it. What the fuck? Well, okay. Let me just draw Lyle's like being weird and stuff. Yeah, so many. Okay, I'll talk about like the more serious stuff, like when Mince comes back. Not serious stuff, but more of like the more relevant stuff. You know what? Since we're at this point, we can draw the lion. When I started, yeah, the basically the spoilery fan art that I've been seeing, before I read the manga, as in before I went back to reading the manga, was the Fasil like ship stuff that I was seeing, and it's like they literally had like Marcel in this other in the outfit that she wore when she became Dungeon Master, and Falin in her dragon form, and I was like, oh, that's a neat fan outfit created for them. That's interesting. Like, oh, the possibility that like Marcel could become a evil person because she knows about the ancient arts, that kind of thing. Like that was the spoilers to me, and like I was just like, I had no context, so like thankfully my dumb mind was like, oh, that's not official, but that's interesting though. But yeah, I definitely had the inkling, so I had to freaking start reading the manga and stuff.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember when I first saw it, I finished reading the manga already, but he hadn't started reading, and then like when he retweeted like a fan art of like Marcel in her Dungeon Lord dress, I was like, oh wait, hold on.
It's like, oh, that's a cool dress.
That's a cool dress. Okay, anyway, so I'm back. Hello. What I wanted to make a comparison to was Hunger Games, right? So like, you know how Hunger Games, like, people started reading it for the Hunger Games, and then in the 3rd book there was suddenly no more Hunger Games, and it was just about politics.
Well, yeah.
You're right. And I feel like, okay, why does it work? Why the transition works like from food into lesser to no food towards the end for Dungeon Meshi, but why it doesn't work for something like Hunger Games, right? And I think it's because for Hunger Games, even though there was like the politics of it and stuff, I feel that in some senses, a lot of the way the book is written is that a lot of the excitement was tied to the games. The games gave a lot of like action that was meant for the readers of that age group, right? It's meant for teens, right? That so when it suddenly transitioned to like just politics without much of the action, I felt like a lot of people like it didn't work because like it just the transition just wasn't done very well. I don't think. I think in Dungeon Meshi they do throw in points here and there where like they're setting up stuff. I think like the dragon, you know, the dragon was like a whole ass chapter that had no cooking at all, right?
Yeah.
And like it kind of like Rokokui kind of throws in more chapters like that where like you start to see less and less, but because it's often tied into like what's going on, and then it leads to new monsters and then new cooking, and then in the end like the monsters that are being cooked also tie into a lot of backstory. For example, the Griffin, right? Or Senshi.
Yeah.
So in the end, it kind of bridges this like expectation that like, okay, there's less cooking now, but we are getting more like it's like a lot of cooking that it sets up the exposition, the dungeon, and then it's like, okay, a bit less cooking so that we can have a bit of a plot, and you're like, okay, but then there's still cooking after that, right? So you're like, okay, then she does that more, so there's like, okay, so there's cooking and then there's breaks and then there's cooking and then there's breaks, and then it becomes breaks. The cooking is also part of the break. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Wait, are you listening to me? The cooking is part of like okay, instead of calling it break, like I should call it plot, I guess. So it's like cooking, plot, right? Then it becomes plot, cooking, plot, cooking. Then after that, she melts it together.
Oh yeah.
And I think so that's why it makes the transition to like plot, a lot of plot in one like big sitting, which is like the entire last bit, right? And then after that, the entire resolution is a lot of cooking. There is also plot, and I think like because from the start, Ryoko Kuri does throw in like these breaks here and there where not every chapter is about cooking. That's why I think like it's easier for readers to digest when there's, you know, it's not just about the cooking anymore. But Hunger Games doesn't do that, right? Are you digesting what I'm saying?
I'm trying to. I'm sorry. It's I don't know if it's like I don't think it's me being like distracted and stuff. It's just
maybe I mean I think the way I'm explaining is also bad. But you get what I'm trying to say, right? That like because she regularly throws in chapters even quite early on that doesn't really have much cooking. That's why it's not that jarring to see less cooking towards the end.
Yeah.
Because we know that. I also think like at the back of our minds, like we know that they still have to eat Falin.
Right.
And there will still be cooking. Like she also creates that expectation, which I think is also a contributing factor why it doesn't feel that jarring. Because like I was conscious about it when I was reading like right towards the end. I was like, okay, there's way less cooking now. But I don't mind it. Because this is also very interesting. And it's because like she has done such a good job in setting you up to expect that. You know, because she's like the cooking was never just like a separate thing. Yeah. Like it's always been together, and I don't think Hunger Games does that. Or it tries to do it, but I don't think it does it well because it like I think it's very unfortunate because I think they do try, like especially like in Hunger Games, like the second movie and the second book, like they do put a huge part into explaining like Katniss's like larger involvement in the politics, right? But it feels like because the moment you go into the Hunger Games, people are like, yeah, this game becomes like a totally different thing, you know? So like when suddenly you have a whole movie, 2 movies, a whole book where that is absent, it becomes very jarring, and I think like a lot of people, especially like that age group, are just like, I'm not interested in it anymore. Yeah. But Dungeon Meshi, like, she does it in a way that you don't mind it, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's why it works.
Like, I got really invested into it. Like, when... like, it's basically like where the anime ends. And then there's like, when, you know, when the elves... I think it's basically when the elves happen. And there's like, when we know about the truth of like what's in the depths of the dungeon.
Yeah.
That I think it gets more interesting. I find it becomes more interesting, but I mean that can be a personal take, right?
Yeah, I do get that some people maybe they really just are looking for a cute anime about like cooking, but I feel like that's also on them.
Yeah.
That they think that Dungeon Meshi is this because again it's been set up well, right?
Yeah.
That you should be expecting this kind of thing. I don't know.
Like I think it's just like there's only so much you for me, like when I got really invested into it, it's reached a point where I'm even thinking about like the dungeon layout and like how it will progress. I'm like, yeah, eventually you're gonna reach
The deeper-
monsters that are like inedible, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that like even then, right? Like succubus, right? You can't eat succubus. They're like demi-humans and stuff, right? You think.
Uh-huh.
And at this, you end up eating their larvae. And I'm like, who would have think of that? Like it still hasn't changed though. Like
Right.
there's still the smart eating and all that kind of thing. The only part where I really felt like, there wasn't really much of a smart eating kind of thing is when they were making noodles for like Marcio's thing. But that one is, I think it's fine because it's a plot thing already.
It's a plot
at that
thing,
point
yeah.
where it's like it's very far into the story already, where that is not the main thing we are supposed to focus here.
I think that's the thing though, because like shit, I
Was that
lost.
literally their last? Sorry, like was it literally their last movie before?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, it was.
It was,
Right?
it was,
Because
yeah.
like it's at that point where it's like there's no more time. Like why would they? Like the only other time is like when Masu summons a big.
Also,
pie,
it makes sense because Marcel doesn't have the creativity of making a dungeon that can do that.
Yeah, it's not her. It's not her desire.
It's not her desire, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing, like Ryokokui makes it very obvious that the cooking is a part of it, but Hunger Games doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like yeah, it works for this, but it doesn't work for Hunger Games. I think it's just a storytelling aspect. Like if you intend for like this thing to lead into like the bigger plot, you have to know how to not make them like too different from each other, I guess. Like, and the feel of it has to be the same. Also, like in the end, the entire thing ends with a meal as well, right? They have to
the best meal ever.
Yeah, they have to figure out how to eat Falin without eating the human part, right?
Yeah.
And they do it by like, this is how we use that creativity. It comes back again for like the biggest fucking meal ever.
Yeah, the biggest of the eats, and then it's still like a thing that is like the theme is still there, like about the races and on people like getting to know each other, and like it's like Laos bringing everyone together,
It's not just liars bring everyone, because like the most common saying is that the food brings people together as well, right? So it's like, I think when that entire thing happened, like I think I was reading it on the bus or something, or no, I was reading it at home and I wanted to cry, but I didn't want to cry because I didn't want you to like,
No, I was crying.
But I wanted to cry, and cause I was just like, I think it really hit me that it's like, wow, this is really the epitome of like food brings people together, and it's not just people. This is like so many different races. Even people who didn't even live in that town are coming in to have a meal. And it's really just like she took the most carnal desire, food, because everyone desires food, right?
Yeah.
Whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're fat, thin, baby, or whatever, you desire food. Food is the basis of like everything. And she really used it as the basis for everything, for an entire story. And I think that's like freaking beautiful.
Actually, if people like was thinking of like, we wanted a slice of life kind of thing, right? I think it's not really just that genre of the slice of life kind of thing, but it's more of like you were thinking of like the happy vibes, like
you didn't
wholesome thing. But like it doesn't go away. Like
right.
throughout, like you still see like the Laos party still fucking joking around, like not really like joking around. Right?
They kind of are though. Like there's still funny moments.
Yeah, there's funny moments, but like I wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay, true. Like
but
they
it's
are
not like they were going out of their way to
be funny.
Like, the stuff they did was funny. That's the thing.
Yeah. Like,
but it's also like like when they brought people together, all that kind of thing, and like there was so many like the best wholesome moments are all the way at the end, and like even throughout also, and it's like
does that not make you feel good?
Like, do you guys not feel that same wholesomeness like from the beginning also? Like it's still the same. Like especially even like that part where it's like, I felt that wholesome part when like they were feeding like dragon felon like the curry, and
like that was so sweet.
Like that bunch of like
that made me feel
like
really
panels made me feel very like satisfied when like watching her eat after being so hungry.
Yeah, and then she was
doesn't
just like
say
so
anything,
happy.
but
She's
just,
like,
so happy, and
she's
she's just
eating.
like, I'm like, oh.
Like when she goes, she's like looking at it, and then she's like, no. But then her stomach growls, and she's like, okay.
Like, no words at all.
Yeah,
like,
no words.
You didn't cut to like them spying on her all that much or so.
I think it was like I think that scene is also like how like Ryoko Kui is so masterful at storytelling and art.
Yeah.
Cause like without dialogue, you know exactly what Chimera Falin was doing. You know exactly what she was feeling.
Yeah.
And you felt so much just from watching her eat. You're just like, oh, baby was hungry and she eat, yay! You know. I don't know. I want to just talk about also how like good Ryoko Kui's art is, because like the way she draws characters interacting with anything, not just with other characters, but even with like the most mundane objects, is just really nice to see. I think like back to the point of like Laios like loving mankind, right? I think I saw a tweet this morning that was quite interesting. It's like, you know, when the canaries were knocked out, and then they had to, each of them had to carry an unconscious canary like back, right? Yeah, like this person pointed out that like Tenshi and Itsuzumi, they just carry them like like just slung on their back, whatever, and like their head is like you know, and that's actually like what you should not do to like someone that's fainted, right? So like because they don't really care about them, it's like, oh, these canaries did some like they did some fucky wucky shit, I ain't gonna treat them with respect, right? But Laios carries them properly. I forgot who he was carrying, but it was the elf that was like brainwashing him. Yeah, like he was carrying her like properly, like upright, you know, like how you would piggyback a person.
I see.
Yeah, and like they pointed out it was in relation to like how people misconstrued like the lion's words that Laios hates humanity, and like they were using that point to say like look at how he's carrying like this canary, even though she literally tried to brainwash him, like she was brainwashing him like a sequence ago, he still treats her with like so much care. Yeah, and like I think it's all these like subtleties and like how people also point out that even though Laios is like the biggest guy there in terms of stature, he like a lot of his actions are very like drawn inwards, like you know, like he doesn't go like right, like he doesn't like, it's not like he has a lot of grandiose actions of like spreading his arms out, or like he does a lot of big actions. A lot of his actions like he's keeping like his arms to himself. He's kind of like a bit slouched, like crumpled over, to show that even though he's so big, like he's not always in control. He's like a gentle guy. Right? Like there's one right there. The way he's like holding his hand to his head, and the way that even though he's obviously taller than Chilchak, the way his body language is drawn is like he is not as dominant as Chilchak. Chilchak is dominating in that scene. Sorry, that's very weird. And like how like in a lot of panels like that, you see that even though Chilchak is shorter, he is drawn in an angle where he's like he looks taller than Laios. Like she pays a lot of attention to small details like that, and I think that's so cool. And I think I talk about this with my friend as well, but like when the lion possesses Laios, that's when you see Laios start do like, you know, like arms spread wide. The angle changes to like from bottom to up.
Like you can tell like that's
like
not Laios anymore.
That's not Laios. This is someone that's actually intending on being controlling. Yeah,
like he's actually posed like a villain. Kind of thing. Like a big presence.
An actual big presence with their actual big body. And I think like that's just so, like when you notice these things, like this is why I want to reread it. And I actually was like thinking, oh fuck, I should reread it before like this podcast, so that I can, not podcast, this spoiler cast, so that I can like know what I'm saying, but obviously I didn't. And so a lot of what I'm saying feels like rubbish, but you know. But yeah, like that's a lot of things that people have noticed, and it's just like the way Ryoko Kui is able to like keep all this in mind. And I feel like that's why like she pairs Kabru and Laios a lot together, because it's not just like, I think Ryoko Kui herself is a very observant person, right? Like you look at the way she draws her sketches and stuff, how she takes notes of like a lot of body shapes, a lot of body sizes, how the way the body curves and stuff for both genders, right? And even for monsters. I think she's just an observant person herself.
Like you will realize how difficult it is to try to like replicate her drawings. Even though they look so simple, right? It's so difficult to replicate.
It has so much character.
Like, there's all these different curves and all that. Like I find it so difficult to replicate.
Yeah. Like I remember when I was trying to first learn how to draw Chilcha, I was like, I cannot draw this man. Holy shit. And then I was like, okay, I think I can draw this man. And then I tried drawing Lyles and I was like, I cannot draw this man. Lyles is so hard to draw, I swear. And you look at how long I've been trying to draw like Itsuzumi. I've never drawn Itsuzumi before. This is the first time I've drawn this girl. And like how I'm still struggling to draw like their poses because I'm like, you know, she put so much thought into like their posing, the way they're presented and the character design that it's like if I get one thing wrong, it feels wrong. It doesn't feel like them, you know. Yeah, so that's I don't know. Rogo Kui's art is off the charts, man.
Yeah, I don't know where she came from. Like, whomst is this? Like, who's this like absolute master at actually bridging the gap between like, you know, Western and anime like art style, I feel, and it's just like
I think the last
fuck?
Bringing back to it, the last time I thought this was for panty and stocking.
What?
Like this like bridge between like the Western and anime was panty and stocking.
Yeah.
So I think it's very fitting that Studio Trigger is the one animating this.
Yeah, that's not funny.
Yeah, right. Like yeah. Anyway, what was the topic before I changed it to like Rokokui's art?
We were talking about the misconception, or did we go way past that already?
I feel like we did.
Yeah, I think we ended on there already.
There was something that I wanted to say, but now I can't remember what I wanted to say. Fuck.
I mean, it was mainly talking about the art style and stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were talking about like the food. Oh right, yeah. Okay, I remember what I wanted to talk about. So you know, like how we were saying that like maybe people can't see like even though they just want the wholesomeness of it, yet they can't see that there's wholesomeness in even the later parts as well. So that actually reminded me of like I also talked about this before with my friend, but I used to be really into this series called I7, which is an idol series, right?
What?
But
Wow.
I need more water. Wait, sorry. I know I just started a new topic, but I need more water. Sorry. BRB. Oh fuck. Keep them busy.
I7, what's that?
You can tell them about this.
Okay, so I7 is a Super Saiyan anime, where they try to reach 7 levels. They call it the I7. They try to reach those levels of Super Saiyan. And that's where they have to collect all 7 colors. And there are some other colors, you know. There's a group where it's just 3 colors like monochrome. But then
okay, shut the fuck up. What the hell is man saying? Okay, so I7 is an idol anime where yes, it is about the
Super
main group.
Saiyans.
No, it's the main group of 7 boys, and I think it was obviously it was created during the time where the idol like genre was, you know, experiencing a boom because of like Love Live and like On Stars, and I don't know. I think Utapri was also kind of like there, but it was kind of like not its peak, but it was there, and Utapri was already popular. So the thing is, like at that point, like a lot of, you know, the idol, the genre kind of made a name for itself in that it's kind of like happy and shit, right? And even when there are troubles, it doesn't go in very deep into the troubles of the idol industry and stuff. So I think I started playing i7 because it was like a rhythm game, and I was like, yeah, I like rhythm games. Oh, there's a new one. I like, I'll try it. But I wasn't very interested in the character designs. Like, I thought they didn't look that great because they were a bit plain. And technically, I was never really that into like the idol genre to begin with. I just wanted to play a rhythm game. But what made the story really hook me in was that it really went quite deep into each character's motivation to become an idol, and the kind of troubles that the idol in the entertainment industry actually like presents to each of these like stuff. Because like at the start they do make it sound like, oh, you know, like, okay, it's just an idol anime where like, oh, these boys have dreams of like singing, of like entertaining, and then maybe some of them want to use that entertainment to like find their long lost family members and stuff like that. Like, it feels like all like regular things, right? But when it goes deeper, it does touch into like quite like a lot of character, and like how it develops. Like, oh, it's not just my desire to perform, it's now they're being forced to think about a lot of other things, like how the industry is actually like, you know, you will not get to do what you want, and stuff doesn't turn out what you do, like, and like, you know, you will have to like give up things just to make it, like, and are you willing to do that kind of stuff. It goes like really deep, and I don't think I can explain it like here. But when it got to its like third core, like, it's split into like big chunks of main story updates. So you think of it like FF14 expansions, and basically when it got to the third, like the second expansion, like the Stormblood equivalent, that was when stuff started getting like a lot more drastic, a lot more like the stakes were a lot higher. There was an they introduced a new unit with an actual corrupt company that was going at everything to try like making up scandals, you know, like using their connections to like try and bring the other groups down. And it actually worked. Like you see like firsthand how, like, even though you know that like this group is innocent, like because of like the influence that the antagonists have, it actually worked in like getting them out of their current company and making them like indies, you know. And there was a lot of like frankly quite sad stuff going on, and but the thing is, it was so good. It was so good because it happened to the group that was at like that was thought for like the first two expansions to be like the very top, like nothing can touch them. And so like when they fell, it really like, it was quite profound, because it's like, oh, even the top can also go down like that. And it gave them a lot of like, personally to me, much needed character development. But why I brought this up was that there were the complaints that I saw about the third like expansion was that people, there's this one that I got linked to that I still remember to this day because of how appalled I was. And the post was basically saying, why is so much depressing stuff happen? Doesn't the writer know that they can make the characters develop without needing to write depressing stuff? Right? And I felt like that is very similar to what people are saying about Dungeon Meshi. When they say like, why is this not just like a feel good anime? Even though there is still feel good parts, right? Yeah, and I think it's because like it comes from this sense that like why does there need to be conflict for me to feel good? And it's like, because that's what the author wants, right? I made a tweet thread about it, but I think it's also like, it's very I don't know, I think it's a bit wild that we're in this day and age where like people are saying, why can't everything just be good? And they fail to recognize that sometimes the good things feel better because you had to go through a bad thing to get it. Yeah. And that's what I feel like when you talk about how, like, you know, like it is still a feel good anime, because like stuff like, you know, Falin's thing, and even the ending where it just feels like so freaking good, precisely because we had all those bad things happening.
Yeah.
And like it's also the thing about i7, it's like people say, like don't you know that you can have character growth without all these bad things happening? It's like, no, but it's precisely because of the bad things happening, that's why the growth feels stronger. Why can't you see that, right?
It's like the Dungeon Meshi could have just been an anime or like a manga that was just exploring the possibilities of eating every single fantasy creature
Right.
by put into your mouth. But the thing is that like Ryoko Kui went far, like ultra, like plus ultra and beyond, you know, like she went plus ultra and beyond, like just like beyond eating this food. She's like, why are you eating this food?
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. What is this world in the dungeon? What does a dungeon mean? What makes a dungeon work? That kind of thing.
Right,
And
yeah.
how are these characters going to handle the dungeon?
I think when people say that about Dungeon Meshi, they don't think about what food means, which is like a lot of the times a privilege, right? Because when we eat, we don't really think about like, oh, my cai fan, where did it come from, right?
Like that chicken, when you think about it, is pretty fucking dark too, you know?
Yeah, they killed that fucking chicken, man.
Like when I see like cooking videos of like, this street stall cooks like 1,000 chicken legs a day, I'm like, do you know how many chickens that is actually?
That's
Like when I look at the raw pile, like the pile of like chicken drumsticks, I'm like
you're in a
that's
place
lot
of
chickens.
you're in a place of privilege to be able to say that I just want to see the food, you know. I don't want to see, like, you don't want to see what goes on behind it.
Like when you think about like how crazy it is when like say you bring like someone from like the 1800s to like this 21st century, right? And you show them like that pile of chickens, right? They'll be like, you guys eat that much?
Right.
Like, how many chickens do you have? We only
have like
chicken once in a blue moon, that kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah. I think that's also the point of like i7, right? It's like, yeah, they could make a happy idol anime, but the point of these two stories was to show you the behind the scenes of it, right? How did this come about? What makes the entertainment industry possible is because of all this back-end stuff that is stuff that they are actively trying to hide from you. And that's why it makes you like, you know.
Yeah.
Hi, Miss, I've been looking this whole time, but I just want to say hearing you describe i7 parts as FF14 expansions kind of
Holy crap.
short-circuited my brain.
Oh my god.
Azumi, hello! Yeah, no, I had to make it because I had to make that comparison because otherwise I don't know how else to explain it. But yeah, like if you think about it, please let me interrupt you to this one. No, thanks for thinking it's fascinating. But yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like, why is the thing great? Why is food great? Why is the entertainment great? Because there was so much effort behind it that is all the ugly stuff that otherwise you don't get to see. And bringing out that ugly stuff does not make it worse. In fact, bringing out this ugly stuff makes you appreciate the beauty more of the food, of the entertainment, of the idols, and of the cooking, and of the effort that goes into making this thing possible. And that's what the authors are trying to tell you. That's why the so-called not wholesome parts are needed, because like that's the point of the story, that by seeing the hardships that these characters go through, it makes you appreciate what you get even more, you know. You know, like, look at how much Ryoko Kui draws just so that she can give you all this good art. And I think like that's what makes the story beautiful. And it just like blows my mind that people are like, no, why can't we just have, you know, feel good shit? Like
if you want feel good food and shit, you can check out my Monster Hunter streams where we eat good food.
Where we eat good food and you
hunt food. No, actually the ingredients in Monster Hunter actually are like parts of monsters and shit.
yeah, but the thing is, they don't dwell into like,
They don't go out and do it, like
They don't-
I can hunt like 1,000 Kuliakus and shit, and like actually there's no problem.
there's no problem, yeah.
Yeah. I don't
It's a
think
game.
about that.
There's an infinite number of like Kulu Yakus. Actually, so like the thing about the game thing that made me think of was that when they mentioned that, oh yeah, you can revive in like the world of Dungeon Meshi, right? I actually thought like, oh, so it's kind of like a video game?
Yeah, she just what you want you to think at first, right?
Yeah, like I was like, oh, so it's kind of like a video game. And then when they, and I was like, okay, cool. So it's like an RPG, like an actual. I thought they were already going into like that RPG kind of thing, where like, oh yeah, so you're adventuring into the deepest parts of dungeons. There's a boss. You fight the boss. You get the dungeon. Oh, and then oh, you can even like revive and then it was only when they start telling you the details of like how the reviving works, why you can revive here, and actually it's not a world thing, it's just a dungeon specific thing, and then you're like, oh, this is interesting, right? I think I kind of like the stories where like, even though it's kind of obviously fantastical in a way, there's still a bit of realism in it because like it's grounded. It feels more grounded, right?
Actually, to mention another anime that I didn't watch to completion or that kind of thing, or like go too deep into, but that I actually liked was like among the isekai animes, like there were like when Sword Online first started, right? Log Horizon was an anime that I actually quite liked among the bunch because it actually went into a lot of politics and stuff and like how stuff works, how the NPCs actually works. Do they not have like consciousness, that kind of thing?
Right.
How do they act? They're like it goes into like it brings into like the isekai anime like the game design or like the thought behind it, like how does this world actually work? It's just like that part is interesting to me.
Yeah, actually that's interesting you brought it up because Log Horizon is one of those anime, one of the series that has been on my to watch / to read list for like ever.
So get in the database.
Huh?
Get into the database.
Okay. Alright. But yeah, like I think that's the thing about like reading comprehension, I guess, is that not everything, I don't know, it's kind of like, you know how they say that hardships actually like how hardships makes, you know, the good stuff like makes you appreciate stuff better, right?
Yeah.
And actually now that I think about it, Endwalker got the same type of complaints, I think. Because Endwalker's like the entire thing was about how like Meteon realizes that she needs like it's the hardships that make people stronger, that makes it possible for people to overcome, and then they find happiness, and that not just because everyone is suffering so you should just be like then let's just make everything disappear, so that's the true happiness, you know, that's the only way to like to not have suffering, like we shouldn't have suffering. And it's like, no, it's not about that, it's the fact that the suffering allows you to appreciate stuff, and that's why it's important to have it. And I did remember seeing a tweet where someone went like, I'm so tired of all these series going like, oh, we need bad things to happen to have good things, and I'm like, that I don't think that, I remember like reading that and being like, I don't think that's the point. I don't think that's the point. The point is not that we need bad stuff in order to have good stuff. It's more like learn how to overcome the bad stuff and don't let the bad stuff stop you from having the good stuff.
It's like you have to accept that the world will always
have bad things. Yeah, and just because something bad is happening, that's not a bad thing, you know.
Yeah.
It's like despite the bad thing, the good thing is still there. That's what the point is. It's not like in order to have good thing, bad thing must happen. No.
Yeah, like that's what like a dictator would say. Like, oh yeah, we must genocide this so that like we can have good thing. But no, that's not.
We must. It's like the Thanos. Like we must destroy half the population so that we can have good thing again.
Yeah,
it's not that.
That's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's why so many people like also like sympathize with Thanos, because they're like, oh, he's actually thinking about the good of the world, but it's like no. The point is that he's still a villain because he is trying to be. He's still selfish. Innately, is still selfish.
Yeah.
Right. The point about like Meteon's thing was how she learned to have hope is that look at all these people that have gone through so much, yet they are still able to find happiness. Why is that? It's not because they have gone through bad things, even though that is part of it. It's because despite those bad things, they learn how to look on the bright side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just think it's so funny when like, I don't know, it is kind of interesting in a way because like, for me, who I try to look at life as like, oh, you know, hardships are happening, but I believe that something good will happen eventually, right? And that's why these kind of stories like Endwalker are so powerful to me, because it really does give me hope that like despite so many things that could have gone wrong, in the end you prevail because you are you, right? Because in the end you never gave up. And I thought that was so beautiful. That's why like it was so profound to me. But when people see it the other way, that it's like, oh, they're saying that if I want to have good stuff, I need bad stuff to happen. It's like, that's such a pessimistic way of looking at things. It's like, what happened to you, right? Have you just not, it kind of just feels like, have you just not been able to look past it? You know? Otherwise, I don't really know why. Maybe I don't know people enough. Or maybe I'm too naive, but yeah, I think it's always kind of like the point of a lot of the series, especially for stuff like Dungeon Meshi, for stuff like I7, it's like, you know, despite everything, you succeeded, right? I almost wanted to say the Undertale thing, like despite everything, it's still you. And I think like it's a message that a lot of series have used. Like it's not a special message. Even in Dungeon Meshi, it's not really a special thing, right? But it's the way the thing is executed that makes it powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was another series that I wanted to bring up in comparison to Dungeon Meshi, but I can't seem to recall it right now. It was kind of also about like how they tried to do something, but then it became too big and then they didn't resolve it properly. Promise Neverland. Yeah. Promise Neverland. So like I actually just thought about this comparison today, because Promise Neverland is was a manga, there was a series that I was very interested in, and then it just like shed on itself. It shed on itself and just never recovered. And it was like a prime example of like a series that started one way and then just went like way off the deep end, that it just lost sight of itself, I feel. So like, for those who don't know, Promise Neverland starts off, also tackles the problem of like to eat or be eaten, right? And it's about how like these kids find that their very, you know, well taken care of like orphanage that they're in, this care house that they're in is actually a slaughterhouse, and they're being like raised to be like smart people, so that they can be eaten by demons that will in turn like be like, literally they are what they eat. So they have to eat smart, knowing children, so that they can continue to have like smarts and intelligence as well. Otherwise they will go back to being like thoughtless blobs. So I thought that was like a really freaking interesting premise, and I didn't finish it because after that they kind of like the series kind of tries to like tackle this issue of like, okay, so how is the demons eating the humans any different from humans eating livestock, right? And they do describe the humans as livestock for demons as well. So it's like, why? And they did kind of like, there was a little bit of an attempt of like explaining, like trying to say like, oh, you know, the demons are not that wrong because we eat pigs and chickens, so it's the same, right? Like are the chickens and pigs gonna revolt as well, right? Like, is the difference because we have like thought, that we are capable of like intelligence and stuff? Is that why it's wrong? But I think they kind of just like, you can tell that the series did not know how to actually tackle this topic, and it just became like demon evil kind of. They are just evil, you know, let's just go to find God, this entity, and make it so that this doesn't need to happen. Oh, this is actually the underworld. If we can go to the surface world, it's actually normal up there, let's just go there. And then they just don't like talk about this anymore, and I think that's why I stopped reading it, because in the end, like they kind of just didn't know how to like solve this issue that I thought was really interesting. In the end, they just kind of turned it into like regular shonen stuff, and that's why I stopped reading. And I think like why that didn't work out versus why Dungeon Meshi was able to like get its theme across is because Dungeon Meshi is not trying to solve like some big issue, right? It's not trying to solve like, so why, like, what if we become livestock? Is it then wrong for us to eat pigs and chickens? Is it then wrong for us to you know, raise chickens and living creatures to just to be eaten? Is that wrong? Like, Dungeon Meshi is not really interested in resolving stuff, right? In fact, I don't think it, even though it does touch on like the race and the differences of the different races, it doesn't really resolve it, right? It doesn't go like, yeah, like it explicitly tells you that Marcel's way of like solving it with like godly powers is not the way to do it. It's that its way of resolving it is that despite these differences, we learn to accept it, right? But in the Promise Neverland case, they never accept it. They just try to like circumvent it somehow. And I feel like this is kind of similar with the way I talk about like FF16, right? Is that because they try so hard to resolve this thing that even humanity cannot resolve, that's why they're like, yeah, just make it God's problem, right? Just make it a thing because some otherworldly entity is like, you know, doing all this shit and we can resolve it by this. No. It's never I feel like stories that try to tackle these kinds of like philosophical problems, it never works out. Societal problems, it never works out because like it just, there is no real way to resolve it. You don't resolve racism in FF16's case. You don't resolve racism by just making everyone the same. That's not resolving racism. That's just trying to like put a band-aid over that problem. It doesn't work like that. There will still be racism even though magic doesn't exist. And in the case of Promised Neverland, the demons will not just stop eating like humans will not stop eating livestock just because you go to another world where you are not the livestock, right? Like it doesn't solve the problem, and it doesn't solve the problem because there is no real way to solve these kind of things. The real way to kind of so-called resolve these things is to accept that these things need to happen and what you can do to make the best out of it, which is what Dungeon Meshi does. You know, and that's why I think it's good, and that's why I think it's the kind of way that more stories need to like learn how to accept, rather than trying to make this grandiose tale of like, oh, we're gonna solve this societal problem. It never works out. I've never actually seen a story properly like work it out. So like, yeah, that was the other comparison I wanted to make.
I mean, I feel like at the very least, like I would like to believe that Dungeon Meshi at least does, like, not just Dungeon Meshi, like it's kind of like why I feel like there's an importance of media even in the real world is because it can provide scenarios that even though they're fantastical, even though they're fictional, they can provide a perspective where, say, if the scenarios and the rules are different in this other world, we can at least still draw some similarities to our current world as it is. You know, like there's racism is as clear as day in their universe as it is in ours. It may not be a solution because it's very hard to. There's a lot of other circumstances and stuff, and they can do it very simply. But if people can just fucking talk over a meal, I feel like that would be the very first step to at least having some progress.
Yeah.
It will be extremely difficult, but if people can just forget their differences for once and like, or like, you know, just accept that like, oh, people are different, you know, like then that would be neat. Like I like that, and that's why I just like, you know, when they like it in real life, they also say food brings people together, and it's the same in this manga. It's like it's something that's it's the same, you know, like even though it isn't a solution, it isn't a direct solution. You can't say like, oh, go up to like very big world leaders and say like, oh, how about you just like come to my barbecue, that kind of thing. No, like, you can't do that. Like there's so many scenarios, but like you can imagine like if they actually did, right?
That in that moment when they're eating, there will be peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's a step, you know. Like if they can just forget that, like in a very sort of fictional and like all those kind of worlds, you know, like it can make you think, right?
Yeah.
You know? Like it's not totally fantastical and like, oh, out of the blue, like this, like nothing bad, or whatever, like as in like everything bad will happen, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's also like the why maybe I like stuff that is a lot more realistic, even though it is in a fantasy setting, is because that usually there is like this masterful blend that even though you know it's not in your world, but there's enough for you to be like, I can be invested in this because I can relate to some parts of it, right? And I think the genius of Dungeon Meshi is that it really, like, more than anything, it doesn't pretend that it can solve all the problems. Like even when Laius like starts to rule his kingdom, and like they mentioned that there's still wars, that people still invade.
Yeah.
Right. And they don't try and say like, oh, but like Laius knows how to like deal with everything. It's like Laius just deals with it to the best of his abilities.
Yeah.
Right. And they even present a new problem that like it's because of Laius and the curse that the lion puts on him, that's why the monsters like stay away from the village. But then what do they do, right? Like what do they do when wait, did this happen in the manga or did I read it in a fan fiction and then like I am confusing it?
They stay away from the village.
Okay, I remember reading something about how like that it might be a problem if like once Laius like dies.
Oh.
Was that in the canon or did I read it in a fan fiction?
That's in a fan fiction.
Fuck. Okay, wait, sorry, my bad. Okay, forget what I said. But like I don't know, like there's still problems, you know, like the kingdom still has problems, right? It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but in that moment of what they managed to achieve, there is still peace. And that it's I think the ultimate ending is that in this time they are able to treasure that peace, you know. Yeah. And I think that's what the real beauty of it is.
Yeah.
They don't try and solve anything. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's still like the racism, the fantasy racism in there. But they don't try and say like, oh, we can you know, we can like solve it. Like no, they don't pretend to be that. They don't pretend like, oh, we can solve it. It's just like make the best use of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And I think that's what makes it good, you know. And I think that's also why I7 is good. Because I mean I haven't read like the story 5 and 6. But like, you know, up till then it's always about like it ends with like either like, you know, a big concert and maybe I7 wins or I7 doesn't win. But it doesn't matter whether they win or not, because the beauty is that they are able to perform. You know, they're able to, in the end, like despite all the hardships, they are still able to stand on that stage. And I think that's what, you know, that's the point. Like, stories don't always need to be about like some grandiose like god killing thing. There is beauty in god killing. I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be any, but not everything has to be that. And also not everything has to just be like rid of problems and shit, you know. So yeah, I think that's one of the key reasons why I feel that Dungeon Meshi is like it succeeds in what it does, because of these reasons that I just rambled on. Yeah. What else do we have? I feel like
I want to talk about another character.
Okay.
So not another character, but maybe like we have mentioned her before. Yeah, Izusumi. I think I didn't really like her all that much in the beginning, and I think I saw like people do like her, but I couldn't really get why. And I think even till now, I don't fully grasp, like, I mean, like, for me, I understand, like, okay, yeah, if they're your favorites, then that's okay. But for me, I'm just like, I don't like her to the extent where, I mean, I feel I don't like her to the extent of the main four of Lars' party. Not that she came in late, that kind of thing, because like she came in at the halfway point. That's not exactly late. There's actually a lot of time, but it's more of I didn't like it, especially at the beginning. I didn't like that she
Was so reckless.
More of like, I don't know why she's there.
Right, yeah.
But I guess from a writing standpoint, I can understand in that like she's someone new in this party to sort of create a different perspective. Like, you know, it's at a point where the party doesn't really criticize Laos on what he is, but you have Izuzumi who does, and she also like questions like, why do you guys do this kind of thing? Why are you guys together? Or like, why you guys stick your neck out for each other? And like it gives them it lets the reader like
know more of their
reasoning. It's like and their characterizations and stuff. Even though like we sort of know who they are already and what they're gunning for and like all that stuff, and she's like there for that. But yeah, and like I do like that there's growth to her. But besides, even until the end, I feel like she's kind of she's very bratty and like I don't really like that. But I see her as like I mean, this is presumptuous of me to say lah, but I feel like maybe people like her because she is literally just a cat.
Yeah, right.
Like that's my understanding of it.
I think like
honestly, I'm sorry, but
like Andy was also saying that like Izuzumi is their favorite because of the type of cat that they are. And so like they're biased towards that, which I can't understand. I'm gonna also admit that I feel exactly the same way you do. She's the character that I understand the least. I don't fully know why she was there, but I think I kind of really only started to maybe get an inkling at the end where she was like going around and asking, so what are you guys going to do now? And even then I was like, wait, isn't this like really late for her to like think of what she wants to do?
Yeah.
Right. But how do I put it? I still don't really know what my thoughts on her are. Like, I'm really sorry. I think someone smarter than me like probably can.
Yeah, like we need an Izuzumi fan to like
we need like and even like even though I've seen so many like analysis on Laios and Marcel and shit, I've not been recommended analysis on Izuzumi. Actually. I think she was created as a foil to the party, definitely, like what you said, right? Like, because at that point the party stopped questioning each other and she was there to provide much needed conflict. And I think the story needed someone that thought less like logically as well. Yeah. Because like if Izuzumi wasn't there, no one would have been there to cut off Laios' head, right?
Yeah.
And
she becomes a very essential part of the party.
Even though like I really didn't know, like I don't know, it felt like she was very subtle in the sense that I really didn't know why she was there. But then when she does her thing, you're like, oh, she needs to be there. I still don't know why though, I just know that she needed to be there for this to happen.
Yeah, because for the most part, like sometimes like the four characters are talking and like she doesn't do anything at all.
Yeah. Like she's just there.
Yeah, which I'm also like thinking like, I don't know, like did Ryoko Kui like put it in there for plot device but like didn't really know what to do.
I was like thinking like maybe Ryoko Kui has a cat and then she just wants to put a cat in it. But then like But then nothing in her sketches, like I don't think she mentioned ever having a cat, so I'm not sure. I
She
think I
has
need.
a lot of fun drawing Izuzumi.
Yeah, you can tell that she really likes drawing Izuzumi.
Yeah.
Um.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Izuzumi, when you look at Izuzumi, I just feel so much love for the character. It's just like, oh wow, like she's drawing her really, really nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hungry. I don't know.
Let's order McDonald's.
No, it's 12.
Okay, you want me to go hunt the stray dog outside?
Fuck you. We have snacks, right? Do we? What?
Yeah, we do.
Huh?
Yeah, we do. But that's not gonna cut it. I'm a grown man.
You're grown man. Are you? Okay, anyway.
Okay, Indomie maybe.
Ooh. Yeah, I got it. Indomie.
We're hunting for Indomie, baby.
Baby. Yeah, I think I need to read again to really understand Itsuzumi's character. But I appreciate the things that she does. And I don't know if she was meant to be like the bridge between like human and monster, because I feel like she came too late for that. And I don't think she provided as much insight on the monster part to really be that as well. I don't know. She's still something that someone that I need to.
I'm like on the fence of like thinking like, do we need like a mini series like after this of like Izukumi's adventures or that kind of
I
thing?
feel like I would want that actually.
I feel like I would want that also. And the thing is that like before I knew Izuzumi was a character, right? Okay, it's very funny because like before I read the manga, right, I was seeing like fan art of her and I was like, huh, did I forget this character? Was she there from the very beginning?
Yeah.
I'm like, she's part of the party? Huh? What?
Ooh.
Yeah,
Who did?
Because I see like fan art of like her with Senshi and stuff, and I'm like, huh, so do they go adventures together later on? And I'm like, but they don't show that. I'm like, oh, okay. I was actually expecting that to be a thing, because I would imagine like Senshi would go on adventures with
A cat.
I don't know, like I imagine like they're actually a good pairing in a sense where like Senshi would just impart his sort of like survival and knowledge to her, and especially because like at the final part she was like, you know, like I don't know what I don't know what I want to do, but like right now I want to eat.
Yeah.
And like the only way she can do that is to help people. Like help the party, you know?
I think she has a nice like development though.
She has a nice development. I
Yeah.
like that she has a solo part with the succubus and like having to like, you know, she could have run away but she doesn't. And it's like she realizes that like maybe she doesn't need them, but they need her, you know, like
Yeah.
and she's never been in a spot where like she felt like
She was needed.
yeah,
when
there
she was
was never
necessary.
a time that like she was always being used, but not for the fact that like people wanted her around that time, or people needed her around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like that's the thing. It's like she didn't really know what she was there for besides like the curse. And even then when she realized that, you know, she couldn't like get rid of her curse, it was also like she started to accept it, that maybe this is just who she is.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not a bad thing. And like there's so much better, and like cause she was so close-minded, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like she started to find all these things that made life worth. I think it's also a part of like her being like, oh, you know, this is not my real body. There's no point in like really like treasuring anything because it's not my real body anyway. Kind of thing. Like she just didn't look at anything with much appreciation because of it. But then after meeting them, then she started like appreciating even the smallest things and appreciating that, hey, it's not just about me. I don't really know how to tie that into like the overarching plot, but I think in terms of like acceptance, that does lead into it, right? Right, like in even if like shit is bad, you know, she learned how to accept it, and she learned how to like find the good things in it.
Right.
Yeah. but I think I do need to read it again to really like have more concrete thoughts on Itsuzumi. Besides that, Ryoko Kui obviously has a lot of fun drawing her. She's not the type of character that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's not that she's a bad character. It's just that she's just not my type.
Yeah. Plus, like in the beginning, like the type of character that she felt like to me was the kind where take things for granted. And will be very bossy and things work out. I don't know. Yeah. That's how I imagined it.
Like that Kusogaki that does everything wrong, but in the end everyone still forgives her kind of thing. Yeah.
Maybe it was just partly annoying as well. So I'm sorry about that, but I do. Yeah, I think after talking a bit more about that, I do like she's nice.
She's. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the I don't really have the sense to really analyze her yet, and also I'm hungry, but like yeah, I'm pretty sure I have more to say once I reread it. I really need to reread it, but I think like she is important. She does provide like a new perspective. It's just that because like it happens like kind of late, and with the fact that like her development is kind of small.
Yeah.
For something that, as adults, right?
Yeah.
We would be like, yeah, this is something that like she feels like a kid that finally learns how to appreciate things that are not just like kid things. Yeah, and I think so because of that, like because we're adults, we're like, yeah, kid, you did it, right? So maybe it doesn't feel all that impressive, but I think like maybe she just is meant to culminate like that idea that even just life itself is meant to be appreciated, and you see this character who is like, yeah, fuck everything, cause this isn't even me, you know.
Yeah.
Like I can't even appreciate this cause like this is not my real body. I only care about like my real body going back. Like why do I have to care about this kind of thing? And then it's like, now I can appreciate this. Maybe that's the point of it all.
Maybe.
You know, yeah.
Maybe that's the point of it.
And it doesn't need to be anything like super profound. It's like it's just like she's accepted herself. Yeah.
And like
she's accepted that monster
like,
part.
She's selfish and that's okay.
Yeah, she's selfish and that's okay, but even then like she learns how to appreciate other people, and so she becomes less selfish. You know.
Yeah.
So I think the fact also is that I really liked it when she went around asking other people.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not
really
even though it's also kind of like, oh, like, you know, like what should I do? It was still framed in a sort of like, oh, I'm doing this so that I know what I'm supposed to do. But in a way when she's asking like Marcel and the rest of the party, and then you see that she does care for them. Right? Because she does care, like, so why are you doing this? What are you gonna do? And then it's kind of funny when you know, like people like it's like, oh, so what are you gonna do? And it's like, huh? Oh, I'm gonna cut this potato.
Yeah.
And then she's like, no, I meant about life. And they're like, oh, about life, da da da. And then it's so funny when she gets that understanding, and then when she goes to Liars, and then she's like, so what are you gonna do? And he's like, huh? With life? No. This time I'm asking about food. like that was so nice, because then like she gets that understanding, that EQ, right?
Yeah.
That he is scared about life, and it's like, okay, no, I'm not here to scare you. You are as scared about the future as I am. So I'm just talking about the food.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really nice, a nice tie-in. Even though it was made out to be like a joke.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's another thing. It's like she knows how to put in like the funny moments into
like Ryoko Kui.
Yeah, Ryoko Kui. Like she knows how to put in these funny moments. Yet they don't feel out of place, and they actually contribute to like, you know, it says something. And I think mwah, God. Woo. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else?
Mithran?
Mithran, I feel bad about Fran because Fran really likes Mithran, but I actually also don't know what to say about him. He is another type of character that I don't actually have interest in that sort of archetype.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm surprised because I think I'm normally not. At first, I do like him. Like, what made him like sort of like caught my eye is that he's androgynous and
Okay.
and that like he does like really cool elf kung fu
Elf Kung Fu!
and teleport stuff like that. That is
Yeah, his power is cool.
his power is really fucking cool. Like, that's the kind of power that like I like. Like, it's like not like spells or something. It's like using like being a master of this one trait and like bending the rules of it. I'm like, it's literally the shit that I like for Toraru Majutsu. Like, they literally had a character like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. But I mean, not as cool as.
Okay.
Like they did like teleport things into people.
Right.
Yeah, but definitely did not have much of a character to her as compared to him.
Right.
Yeah, I think Mithran's like character. I don't know. I think like he's.
I think he's
pretty badass.
he's pretty badass, but I do think he's really more or less a plot device. Okay, I feel bad for kind of calling him that, but he did get, how do I say, like he did kind of start to question himself also, right? Because all this time he thought he wanted this, but then after he managed to do it, he realized like that was not what I wanted. Yeah, and then now he's like, I'm really empty right now, and then Senshi comes in and tells him like, no, despite everything, like, even though you think you're just like this small scrap, even small scraps have users as well. And then when he started crying, I was like, oh. Yeah. I think in a lot of senses he is unfortunately, like I think the reason why I cannot really think much about him, because in my head he's still very much like 80% a plot device that looks really good and does really cool shit. And he is not just a plot device for the exposition of the dungeon. He is also a plot device for Kabru, I think, for Kabru's development. Because like through him, then Kabru learns more about the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
And he also understands like in a way it's like he's the bridge. It's like, cause Kabru gets all the information, like, okay, this is what they're gonna do to liars, and this is what I have to do to like not make that happen. And then like I think through him, like Mithran also does like learn new things. Though off the top of my head I cannot remember what. I gotta reread, man. But yeah, I think he's an interesting character. But yeah, I don't have much things to say about him, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's cool, and I like that last part. And I did like the part where he's just like, okay, Laios, bet. Laios is like, I want you to make food. Promise me you'll make food for people when this is all over. He's like, alright, bet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was nice. It was like,
yeah. It was like, we really needed someone else besides the elf commander that was like he was literally saying like, shut up. And I'm like, oh my god.
Let him cook.
Thank God for shutting her up, holy fuck.
Yeah. I think Mithran is
I mean, but in a sense I can sort of see the point where it's like, yeah, he is kind of a plot device. He's the kind of move things along.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah.
Okay, also I heard you say that like why Min's like draw like this thing that can look like merch is because like I don't know if I still want to make merch.
Oh.
And you're gone. And like, so I'm just trying, like, you know, if I want to make a coaster, then I can just plop this on the coaster.
Why?
If I want to make like a cup or some shit, I can just plop this on and it's a cup, you know.
Right.
Yeah, because
I see.
the thing is, like, one of my booth mates, Trivi, like, I saw that she wants to do a Falin coaster, I think. No, not Falin coaster, Itsuzumi coaster.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm like a bit scared, like, oh, should I make a coaster then? Would that be like, you know, would that be like, am I like intruding on, you know, yeah, kind of thing. So I don't know. I'll think about it, but you know, no harm in drawing something, right, that maybe I can use in the future. Yeah. And also because I don't actually know what to draw. Like if I draw something like proper, I have to like the reason why I say like I'm really bad at doodling is because like I need to have like a reason. I need to think of a whole scenario. Like why am I doing this? Why am I doing that? I feel like I've lost a lot of like I'm just
so much better than me. What the fuck?
no. As in like even in my recent like war crit doodles, right? I had to think of a reason like, oh, it's White Day, they're doing this and they're doing that. Then I can doodle something. I can't just doodle like a cup with beer. I can't do that anymore.
Oh, you go to the Hollow Cafe, then you can just draw them anyway. I'm like, I can't doodle big enough.
I mean, I think that's because that one was just like, but a lot of times it feels like I need to have some sort of weird purpose to doodle, which I don't like about myself. So that's why I'm drawing this thing like for merch, you know. Like I think what you're doing is really nice, eh? Don't discredit yourself like that.
No, I mean I kind of like this stuff. It's the characters that I don't make into drawing. I'm like,
but
I can't.
It's hard. Look at how much like Lions like I drew before I like posted my first Lions thing. Man. I was like, yeah, I was struggling, man. Like I was that shit was not easy, man. Oh my god. I'm really fucking hungry. Actually I think we talked about most of the things on our list actually.
Oh, you wanna call it?
Wait, thoughts on overall plot and themes. Racism in Dungeon Meshi, philosophy on life.
Wait, no, there's another character I want.
Oh yeah. No, if you know what to talk, then you talk because I'm a bit running dry and I'm distracted by hunger. Yeah, I'm distracted by hunger. You know what? You talk. I will listen, but I'll raid the fridge.
There's watermelon. There's
watermelon. 70%
cookies. You can cook. You know me. Yeah. You help cook it. No, that does you'll be gone for your stream for too long. Yeah, but I mean, I wanted to ask Vince about this, but like, I wanted to talk about Thistle also, cause like I think that's another major character. Thistle. Yeah, that's an extremely major character. So, I mean, in the beginning, Thistle was kind of just he is that character that just took things too far, I guess. But I think the moment that I really liked was the ending part. When I forgot like.
What are you doing? I brought Sammy one.
This one is some you can.
Just in case, okay.
Oh. I like never take the. Keep taking the green. There's like no more green ones. I threw away the rubbish pack already.
Oh.
Yeah. But basically Thistle, like the one part that I liked was like when the was it the grandson was talking to Thistle after Thistle woke up. And like he just like Thistle was like looking at the celebrations and stuff like, oh my lord, you come back. Yeah, I'm glad we're having like, is everything okay, that kind of thing. And like he says like, it's okay, like you've done enough, Thistle. Like I think that was really good because like for like 100 years, like
he felt like he needed to keep doing things, right? Yeah.
And like that, just saying like, even though he's not the actual person, like not his grandfather, like he's still like said like,
you know, like he knows.
They don't hold any malice against Thistle because like they know that what Thistle did was for them, like and like they did survive, they did live. They knew an era of peace and it was good. It's just that they know like that this all got things twisted lah. I just like felt like that was just like that was a wholesome moment that I like made me cry. So like that frame of like that panel where Thistle like was just lying there in the arms of like I think his name.
Yad.
Yad?
Y-A-A-D.
Oh, like Yad.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Yad.
Yad, right. Yeah, I think that's what I like. And I do like that like little bit of like it's nice that like there's that little bit of like villain is like ha 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 you can't get away and shit, and Lyle's just like watch me. It's so funny that just like Lyle's like ties him with his back.
Why did Lyle's tie him like bondage?
Funny.
Okay, can I say that? Why did Lyle's tie him like bondage?
Then there's just a secure way to tie a person. And it's just like it's so funny that like throughout like Thistle's in his jester like clothes, this little clown like it's so funny. And,
wow, he looks good in a clown.
Yeah, and then just like when he asked like when Laos was talking more about the dragons and like he was asking like Laos like why do you know so much and kind of thing, and like Laos was saying like, oh, I survived this and this because you did this, you didn't think this and kind of thing, and like it's sort of like okay. Like,
yeah, he's like interesting,
like,
yeah.
Like that's the kind of thing that I like, you know, when you don't just straight up kill the villain, but like you just put them there and then you talk with them.
Yeah, and then the villain actually like, okay, interesting. Like he doesn't immediately like brush away everything.
Yeah, I mean not to say that like villains that don't talk are like trash and kind of thing. Like I like Fire Lord Ozai in the sense where he was like a force of nature and like he was literally this like one big thing, and like we didn't really need to go too deep into it because I think it was more of like a showcase for Aang rather than Fire Lord Ozai and kind of thing. And like we know he's very like, you know, sure as shit this man is like you can't talk to him.
I think in like throughout Atla, they already did kind of say that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Like everyone is like, yeah.
Don't try and convince him. He knows very well what he's doing.
Even the Pioneer people are like, bro, he knows.
Yeah.
Uncle Iroh, who is like usually the kind who will talk to people, is like,
don't bother.
Dude. Yeah, nah.
But yeah, this is my first time eating the blue and pink packaging. It's good.
The green one is, I haven't eaten the green one in so long, and it's like so nice.
You want this one then?
No, I had one already.
Okay. I don't know if I should eat the rest.
Meat, man.
You want Indo?
I still want the McDonald's fries.
No.
But if you order McDonald's fries, it's not like it'll be fresh. I like my fries crunchy.
He doesn't like soggy fries. Okay, actually I think I'll put these back in the fridge.
Oh yeah, they're melted already.
Yeah, they're melted.
Is there any other thing you want to talk about? If not, I want to talk about food and stuff, so... Yeah, what the freaking like Meshi part stands for? Do you want to talk about shipping?
No, I wrote shipping there just in case, but actually I don't think I want to talk about it. It's not very important.
Yeah, I mean I don't have much. What do you mean? You don't have much stuff to talk about?
But they're all deranged.
Abra and Lyos?
Yeah, okay, well... I don't really want to say this. I don't want to expose myself though, but I like Kabru and Lyos because like they're each other's foil, and I think it's nice if they learn to, you know that when you imagine like, oh, they're like appreciating each other and stuff. But I can't really say too much about like the shippingness of it because I don't know if I like them. As in, I like the dynamic, that's for sure. I like their dynamic, but I think I shipped them because I got poisoned by like all the fan arts I was seeing. It's really nice.
I was thinking about Marcel.
It's really loud.
I was thinking if we didn't close it properly or something.
Oh. Yeah, but I like them, but I'm still trying to decide whether I really like am like super invested in it. I feel like when I think about Dungeon Meshi, I'm more like impressed with the plot rather than like the shippingness of it. Even though I've drawn it, I like it, but I also think that
like literally like besides the line, right? I can't really like it's a very non-horny anime for me. I'm like,
okay, see, I didn't want to talk about shipping because I think the actual ship I like is anything to do with the lion.
right.
Okay, and like maybe I ship Kabru and Laios, but I'm trying to like figure out if I ship Kabru and Laios or if I ship Kabru and whatever Laios could become. Don't look at me, okay? We're not talking about this anymore. We're not talking about this anymore. The forbidden topic.
Like, I like that, like, actually, the relationships in this manga, or when I think about it, like, I was gonna say, like, they're mature, but, like, I'm thinking about, like, the one specific part, which is, like, Chilchuck's relationships with his wife and his family.
Yeah.
Like, I like that part, and I like that part with Marcel, like him, like, okay, Marcel, like, what do you want to know, that kind of thing, and like, what's your input about this, and like, I think it's really good. And like, Marcel's like, oh, this is the kind of thing, like, this is my thought on it. Like, when you finally told me all this, and like, yeah, it's good. I like that
when they actually like learn to accept each other also, kind of thing.
Yeah. Talk and trust each other because that's part you know.
Yeah, I think the animosity between like Chilchuck and Marcel was like really interesting because you can tell that Chilchuck obviously still keeps to his old ways, right? Like his old way of thinking.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really like trust Marcel in the sense that it's like, oh, you know, what if she does this? Like, you know, like she did this bad thing, like she could have done it again, like you know, but in the end he still cares about her.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it, he knows that like she's just a girl.
Yeah.
She's just a girl who, you know, got like mistreated in a lot of ways. Not say mistreated, but mistreated kind of, right? And she's just someone that just doesn't want to be left alone. And I think in any cases he respects like the opinions that she gives. If not, like he wouldn't have said, like, you know, he wouldn't have reacted that way when she talked about like his wife.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And like he does like treasure her, and I think that culminated at the end where he offers to like do her hair for her.
Yeah.
Because in the end, like I think he does see her as like someone that he wants to take care of as well. You know, like he says like, I do have 3 daughters after all. And I thought that was just like so sweet.
Yeah.
Because it kind of implies that to him, the party is also his family.
It's really sweet.
And it's really nice that it's kind of like obviously in like a family there are things that people do that maybe you don't agree with, right? But in the end, not for all cases, I know, in the end they are still your family and you still like care for them and you wish the best for them. And I think that's really nice. I think like Chilchuck's entire thing was about like, you know, how he learns to like trust others, right?
Yeah.
And I think the fact that he knows how important hair is to Marcel, seeing her lose that and then being like, let me do that for you, was really, really nice.
Yeah.
It was really nice. You know, in the end, like, he learns to be like, oh, this is what is important to her. And all this time, he has kind of been like stuck in his own prejudice, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that he finally, you know, is able to see things, like think of things like her way, even if it's like something like that small, I think it really says a lot. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wah.
Yeah. Well, today or maybe yesterday's episode, we did see Parcel.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's so strong.
Do you want to talk about? Do you have any? What do you think about Fossil?
Nothing much. I think it's literally like maybe the same as like Laos and Kabru for you. It's like I just see a lot of fan art and I just think it's
Like
cute.
I like it, but
Like,
yeah.
I like it, but like I don't really have much thoughts between them besides like I think they're really good friends. And like I don't mind like if they are Yuri as well. Like I'm like, yeah, I can see that. But that's it. I'm just like they're cute. They're really nice characters, and whenever I see like Marcel being so fucking relieved whenever they say Falin, it's like it's really sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real.
Like real. Like their friendship is so real. It's like magic.
Yeah. I feel like yeah, like obviously people are gonna ship them and I don't mind the ship, obviously. It's just that in the same way that I think about Lyles and Kabru is that I don't mind them either way. Platonic, like romantic, doesn't matter. I just think that to me like the dynamic is interesting. Yeah. The dynamic is interesting. It's just, and I will draw it probably. Like if I feel like drawing it, I will draw it in like more terms of like Kabru and Lyles, because I like it. But and Lyles also is kind of like, you know, making me think like unclean stuff. But at the same time, it's like it's not whether they are like a ship or not. It doesn't really matter to me in the end. Yeah. Now, what else? Do you have anything else or?
How about the lion?
Why? Why are you so mean? The lion's hot. Come on.
You want to go to Singapore Zoo? Let's go.
Yeah, no, not that. That lion doesn't have wings or like. The lions there are like malnourished, bro.
Maybe we used to have like a white lion or something.
No, we have white. We've never. I don't think we've ever had a white lion. Yeah. I think we've had white tigers.
Oh, white tiger.
Yeah, and the lion is not white, man. He's just really blonde. And he has muscles. Have you seen the ones in our zoo? The zoo lions are like skinny as shit, man. They probably can't lift like 1 kg. I'm kidding. They're skinny as shit. Oh my god. Sometimes I actually wonder like, are they being fed properly?
I don't know.
Right. They look really skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I think
food now.
Yeah, we can talk about food. Yeah.
Anything else we can always talk about.
Yeah.
What's your favorite food?
Oh, wasn't that the ending topic? Wasn't that the end? Are we ending?
Oh, I mean, are we? No. As in, like, we can talk about the food, and if there's anything else that comes to mind, you can talk about it.
Okay. Because you said like let's end on. I remember you saying that let's end on this.
Yeah. But like, if there's anything else you want to talk about, like that you still want, then
right. Okay.
We can always end there.
Okay. So like.
We can talk about. If you want to talk about food in general, also can.
Okay. So like the thing is, and like Andrew like asked me this, like he did tell me that this was one of the things that he wanted to ask, and so I have had a few days to ponder. Actually, I want to say it's the curry that they cooked for Falin.
Oh, so like what? Like I feel
like
no, like if it's favorite, like I asked for a favorite dish, but at the same time I'm gonna like probably like talk about like a whole bunch of dishes.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but
you can start first. You can start. Or
no, you can talk more about the Falin.
Okay, like why I chose the Falin thing is that okay, first of all, I do like curry. I really like curry. It's one of my favorite things, right? But I think like I don't know if it's any like deep reason, but when I saw like a huge ass bowl of curry, I was like, damn, I wanna eat that. It looks so fucking good, you know. And then like we talked about it, how like when Falin like ate that curry, she really ate, and it looked so like I think the way she was eating it made it look even more delicious, and like just the way like she was so happy after eting it. I was just
I felt that.
I felt like even though I wasn't the one eating the curry, I felt like I just ate curry. Kind of, you know.
Yeah.
I felt like I just ate curry and it felt so nice. So I thought about it and I was like, the rest of the other food, they look really good, right? In terms of like lore wise, I think I really do like the armor as well. I think that was like the first one. I reacted like right in front of you. Like when I watched that episode, I was like,
excited.
I was like, yo, wait, what? This is genius. This is so good. Holy shit. I was like, whoa, this is so smart. I would have never thought about it like that. Like, yeah, he was like, yeah, you thought it's good. Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's good, yeah. Yeah. So I think like in terms of creativity, I would say that the living armor is probably like, I would still say it's one of the more creative ones. Sorbet is like a close second, I think, because like, I would have not thought to use ghosts like that. I don't think, but yeah, but the living armor one really like impressed me a lot. That's like, unfortunately, I don't think I really remember a lot of the later foods because I was so into the plot that I stopped paying attention to the food. I can't believe it. Yeah, like I was just like, when you asked me about that, I was like, fuck, I actually don't remember a lot of the later like foods actually. Like I actually completely forgot about the succubus lava until you mentioned it. So that's why I again, for the upteenth time, I need to reread it. But yeah. But for right now, from what I can remember, I would say it is the curry. Yeah, because that still makes me feel like I actually ate something.
Yeah.
I never felt that. She looked so happy. I was so happy. I was so happy for her.
Bro, I can't even drink beer and she drank that barrel of
I forgot there was beer there. I only remember the curry.
She like drank beer with the curry. I'm like, fuck. God damn it.
Andrew wishes he
curse. That's the curse for me.
Yeah, like the lion was. Is that your greatest desire though?
No. What is a food that?
Wait, you haven't answered your own question.
Okay.
What is your favorite
the
food?
thing that like, okay, let me talk about the curry also, right?
Okay.
So like, there's fearless eating, right? But also like, I didn't really think it looked appetizing. But that's when I looked at the steamed rice, right? It's just the rice, right? When I looked at the steamed rice, I was like, this looks very like a very nice, like heartwarming like,
rice.
Lump of rice there. And it's so much fucking rice. And so much like I don't even know how rabbit curry. I don't really like it didn't look very appetizing. It wasn't like plated like oh they put parsley or like oh put omurice like what like whatever frick I'm drawing right now.
Kohi. Sorry for interrupting. Hello Kohi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, like I'm not like it looks nothing like the ultimate curry rice I'm like drawing right now on my stream. But like it looked really like when Fanta was eating it was so good. Yeah, okay. So there. The same thing that you said.
Yeah.
I wanna talk about so
okay, in terms of creativity, which one is your favorite dish? Yeah, like you know how I said that oh the curry is like my favorite dish, but then like in terms of creativity it would have to be the living armor. I'm sorry.
I was actually thinking about like the next question I was gonna ask you, which was that like which food would you think is the one that you might have difficulty bringing yourself to eat, that kind of thing. Like for me, I was like that's the thing. For me, I was gonna say the succubus larvae because
it's just but
like okay, mosquito larvae are fucking disgusting.
It's true.
It's really fucking. They use microscopic zoom in on that shit. It's fucking disgusting. But what they fucking did is that like they cut away like oh there's a shell inside. It literally looks like a giant ass prawn. And I'm like giant prawns are pretty fucking good. And it's like and they put it on like a cheese doria, that kind of thing. And then to make it even worse, the doria is like oh they they stewed it in the nightmare horse or like the icon horse's brain, that kind of thing. I'm
Wait,
like,
maybe I need to.
like horse brain. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I think I need to.
I don't
look
even
at,
eat brain even.
I think I need to look at like everything. Oh my god.
Like it's so. I'm like, it sounds when like knowing where they came from, like that one to me is revolting.
I think
But
I would
it
have
looks
said.
so good. Like you put cheese Doria, like this, how you bastards?
Well, I would have said that too, but I also forgot how it looked like. So I'm glad that you said that. I would think the balut would be the one. The Baromet's balut.
Oh, I mean, for me, I don't like. I would not eat a balut as well. But the thing is that like, at least for the Baromet's balut, they did like this. How the Doria looks like here. Like
Oh
fine.
yeah, it looks.
But it's like brain inside and shit as well. It doesn't look like brain. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I guess it's like if you didn't know what was inside, you'd be like, yeah, me eat.
It's like this is all of these characters right here. Me.
Yes.
Yeah, the other one I was thinking is the Baromet's balut. Yeah. But because at the same time like.
But that's really because I wouldn't eat a balut to begin with.
Because they did cook it and like I even drew it here, so it's like the mutton like steaks and like they said it tastes like crab. I'm like shit. It tastes like crab.
Ah,
Like can you imagine
I
like
love crab.
like kambing soup, but like the meat actually tastes like crab. So like literally you're eating like it's like kambing soup but like chili crab or some shit. I don't know. Like
shit.
mutton chops and there's like it just like douse it in like the chili crab or like black pepper crab like sauce, that kind of thing. And like that sounds great. I just don't like how it came with a balut or something. I mean it doesn't have to be balut, it can be the normal like huge version of the lamb that like the wolf stole, right? The dire wolf stole.
I guess, but nah, I don't know. I don't know. I think most of the stuff is like if it doesn't look disgusting, if it looks like normal food, I think I can still eat it.
Right.
I think. I think,
Yeah,
but then okay, so this is kind of funny because like you know I was when we were watching the anime, I kept saying stuff like like I mean it looks fine, it looks like normal food, just eat it, right? And then like it was my mom's birthday and then my dad like brought us to this like kind of like fancy sushi place and we had omakase and one of them was like, what was it, monkfish liver, yeah. And then they put it in front of me and I was just like, even though it looks like food, knowing that what it is, I suddenly don't want to eat it. And I was like, shit, I'm doing a muscle.
Because you know what a heckin' monkfish looks like, right? And somehow it's his liver. So.
Yeah. But then again, I don't really like liver to begin with.
The only one I eat is foie gras. But
yeah, but that's because it's cooked, you know. Okay, if the balut is cooked, maybe I will eat it. Like
the monkfish liver was cooked, was it?
No, I don't
Wait,
think.
is it?
No, maybe it was steamed. Did I eat raw liver?
No, there's no way. That definitely had to be cooked.
Yeah.
I feel like liver is one of those things where because there's a lot of like actual blood there. Like
it's true.
Like
you can't
with
just
normal
wash it.
sashimi, it's like they are drained of the blood. So well, no, they are.
Right.
It's just that I remember actually eating like raw as like tuna fish spine shit. So
Well, actually, my grandma, she used to buy like the raw salmon, then she'll just cut them up like sashimi and give it to us, which actually is not, actually not,
No.
Well, I have to say that I ate quite a lot of it.
oh god. What the hell?
And then my mom was actually, you shouldn't be eating that, like don't eat that anymore. And I was like, what? It's sashimi, what's the difference? And my mom was like,
Your mom told you that like on day one or like?
Oh no, they don't know how many, and
oh my lord.
and she didn't actually stop me from eating more of it also, but I probably have like 5 million tapeworms in my.
Okay. Well, actually, now that you mentioned tapeworm, that's another thing. I don't like parasites, but like, goddamn, why does that like?
It looks unagi, right?
Like, it looks straight out unagi. I'm like, Senshi, how the fuck did you do that?
It's just the
It's
dungeon
just a
built.
giant.
The dungeon built
You-
different, man.
I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, it looks freaking disgusting. I'm pretty sure if I saw it in real life, it's literally like straight out from some alien movie.
Right. Yeah.
And I'll be like, oh, and it's just carry it and just like rip it apart, and it's like, oh, it's unagi now. I'm like,
It's unagi.
what the hell?
It's unagi.
Even that's really good.
Yeah.
I would say my favorite food is actually like, I didn't want to say it because I feel it's like such a basic thing, but like I feel like my favorite one is either the one that they had just now with the dragons or the final one. Cause like the dragon stuff like looked really good. I'm like, even like the last ones. Let me try to find the last food, like dragon foods that they had. Because like even those were like really freaking good. I think it was like, was there like, I mean, Chocha was making dragon sausages, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but no, they're not letting me.
Banned.
Bleh.
Where?
Like, I can't remember like if there was a. Yeah, actually I don't even like blood sausages. I don't like blood sausages, but I guess it is blood sausages. I think they had like, was it Pyla or something? Dragon Pyla or something?
I remember there was Pyla, but I don't know if that was the dragon one.
I think I forgot a lot of the later dishes.
See, you did the same thing I did!
Same as you, because I feel like later on I got a bit tired because a lot of them were just stews. And I realized later on that like thankfully they got a lot of rice from like the peoples, but at the same time I'm just like, wow, it's difficult to like find carbohydrates down in the dungeon. Like that's why Senshi is like bread because
yeah,
like
true.
it's you don't get
rice.
You don't get rice or like those kind of crops. They're like very difficult. They're like more difficult things to grow, I think.
Yeah.
And like barley and all that, like yeah, it is difficult. Especially like, I mean, the golems are only like one part or so, right? You can't really just keep going back there again and again and again. You don't have a teleport spell to that spot, I think.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's difficult. Yeah. I remember there was I did find, even this is kind of basic also, right? But like the dumplings was pretty cracked as well. In a sense where like they're actually very normal as dumplings.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can put them into the changeling and turn out to like be any dumpling, and
Yeah.
like, you literally had like every dumpling from around the world, that kind of thing. I'm like, oh my god.
I when actually not gonna lie, when I read that part, I was like, shit, this is Andrew's dream, bro.
Like so much, like it's so difficult to like the resources and like time to make a dumpling it takes a lot of time, and like so you will make it in like really huge batches, right?
Yeah.
So you only really get one tart dumpling, but you have like so many different kinds of it. It's like you have more variations than freaking DTF, man. Like it's crazy. Like imagine that I'm like
crazy.
the possibilities. You could have like Vietnamese like spring rolls, or like fried spring rolls even, or not. You could have like ngoh hiang and like all those like, or gyoza, or like 水饺, or like 大饺, what, 锅贴, or that kind of thing. Yeah? Just like, or Russian dumplings, or like or like empanadas. Is empanadas dumpling? I think it's more of a bun.
Andrew's so excited.
Yeah, but like those finger foods and stuff, I'm just like, holy crap. Like maybe that one to me is like the law mind blow. It's not very ingenious, but it's more of like
I think it's fine.
abusing the dungeon powers.
Yeah,
Or like
I think it's fine. Like Like when I saw that, I was like, oh, I know someone that would like this.
How do you know?
I think it's because like you've been making dumplings like for Chinese New Year, and I don't know, I just thought about that when I read that part. I was like, oh, and Andrew will like this. Andrew will like this.
Changelings are crazy.
Yeah, man. Well, they changed my PS5 into a second Switch.
Why would you want that?
So I can hunt. Okay then.
No, get away!
Kidding. I'm kidding.
Trash.
Yeah. Okay. I actually don't know what else to talk about anymore. Like, not gonna lie. I feel like after this ends, I'm gonna think of like 50 more things to talk about, and I'm like, shit, talk about it there.
Yeah, like, I feel like that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Either way. I do feel like sorry for mentioning this part again, but like, I think it's the ramen part, right? I felt like a little bit like disheartened when it came out as ramen, because I was like, oh, what about pasta? But I remember that like there was the frog meat and nochi, like the tentaculous nochi.
Oh yeah, yes.
And like that one looked good also. I was like, oh, yeah, that looks nice.
It did, yeah.
I like tentaculous like nochi. This like sounds real fun.
The nochi looks so good in the anime, like honestly, yeah.
Yeah, it did. I don't know about frog meat. I only had frog meat like once.
I've had frog meat a bunch of times, and it's not that bad, but I think it's more like
my weight.
Yeah, same. I think it's more like the texture. It doesn't. It's too chewy for me, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's. Yeah. I want dragon meat.
Dude, the meat in the latest episode looks so good, brother. Oh
That's
my lord.
flat.
Although
I can only imagine the toughness of it, so yeah.
You know when the I guess, but you know when they dip that entire chunk, they marinated in that, like essentially marinated it in that sauce. Like you just like the whole like block of it into like what I assume is sauce. I was like, holy crap, dude! Oh, I want to eat that whole block. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
It looks so good. Wow. Yeah. It's to make up for like how we lost our appetite. How I almost lost my appetite the last episode.
Wait, the last episode?
Yeah, because there was a lot more like fighting and like stabbing in the eye and shit. And I was like.
But they actually so far they've been doing very well with censoring all those there.
Yeah, they have.
Like considering there is is it NC-16 or 18?
M18.
M18.
Wait, no. Is it? Is it 16?
M18?
I think it's M18 though.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is it because of the crotch flicking?
I mean, I would like to see that. I mean, what? Who said that? Oh, not me. It's not me. Yeah, no, I think it's just so that they don't need to hold back. I wonder if it's actually for the later parts, actually.
Maybe it's just because of the blood and stuff.
It could be.
Like the part with the ops like raiding that one bar was kind of visceral.
It was kind of, but it was still the level that I could take though.
But there was also the part where like the living armor stabbed the guy in the throat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That was kind of like visceral, so I was like,
True.
Okay, I guess this is why they gave the rating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what were we going on about? What were we talking about?
Fuck. Oh my god, I'm getting old. It's late.
If I had to think of like a food that I would make in a dungeon, I was like thinking of like a brownie. But I feel like I'm very biased towards spices. I'm like thinking of a lot of spices kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Dude, if it's like the Baromet's like brownie, but it's like crab brownie.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't have the seafood smell, but it tastes like crab. It's something you just can't imagine. Like,
yeah.
it's so
out
of this
there.
world. Like, can you imagine like yeah, it's like, because if you boil crab, right, you're gonna get all that strong crabby smells, that kind of thing. But what if it's just like, you know, the briny stuff? Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking of like Indian curries and stuff.
Yeah, now I
just
get
have
you.
Make the meat and all that.
I don't. Okay, I mean, I don't cook anymore. So.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Crazy.
You know that I haven't cooked at all since you knew.
You want to cook?
I think I'll burn down the house. That's all. I think I'll burn down the house by accident if you let me cook.
I want to.
Okay. But I don't want to cook, man. Like.
And also our kitchen is really small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought the house will burn down. Don't say yeah like that. That makes me sad.
No.
I don't cook anymore. But shit, man, I feel like all the stuff that I like to eat is all like really it's already in there. What do I like to eat?
Like what would you cook? Is it?
Like, what would I want to see? Like, what other if I could make another food? Right?
If I was thinking of another food, I was thinking of just very simple, like kebab kind of thing also. But
yakitori.
I don't know of what, like fish, like mer people. I don't know. No, I had a thought in mind. I can't remember what. Was it kebab of who? What?
Kebab of who?
Kebab of what? I remember.
The lion. I mean, what?
Huh? What did the lion taste like?
Dude, I want to know. Only Liars knows. The lion can eat me. I mean, what? I mean, what? What I would like to eat in there though. Like, I'm creative enough to do this, and I'm tired. Let me think.
Is there any other frozen thing you would like to throw into the ghosts?
Oh no, I was thinking about parfait actually, but it's kind of like similar, right? Like technically they just need to make more of that ice cream.
No, you need to, cause it's a sorbet, right? But for ice cream you need milk, so you need Minotaur milk for that. We have never had any dishes with Minotaur milk. At least, there was a little bit in that not dream sequence where the ghosts, like the villagers, brought them food.
Right. Yeah.
That's about it.
That's about it. Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking of parfait, and like I don't know what they'll make like the biscuits out of. I don't know. It's probably like the treasure bugs and shit, right? But like the other thing was also like I want to say cream stew, but they have a lot of stews already.
Yeah, do they have a cream stew? Not really.
They don't have a lot of creamy stuff, I think.
Yeah, cause milk is not it spoils easily.
Yeah, wait, there was another it escaped my mind, unfortunately. I can't remember it anymore. Well, if it comes back to me, it'll come back to me. Yeah, well, what else do you...
I still feel like the first ever dish was actually pretty iconic.
The hot pot?
Yeah.
I was so happy when they started off the hot pot.
Yeah.
I love hot pot so much, and I was just like, oh, hot pot. I feel like hot pot is like the easiest one, you know. It's like an assortment of ingredients. I think it's also the easiest for Ryokokui to like think about.
Oh, it looks so good. So like looks like, oh my god, like so fucking good. Like it's so colorful, right?
Yeah.
Like the mushrooms and like the udon, which is like the slime noodles, is like actually colored like the slime.
Yeah.
And like the scorpion is just such a nice, fleshy, chunks and
Rawr. Rawr. Yeah. I think like in terms of like story wise, the hot pot is like the safest dish to start with, because you can just throw in like, you know, any ingredient. Like oh, you need a lobster, yeah, like scorpions are like abundant in dungeons, that kind of thing. Yep.
Yeah.
So like it is the easiest like dish to start with, you know, like walking mushrooms and stuff. That's like a common monster.
Yeah.
Like even if it's not walking, like mushrooms are a common monster in like dungeons.
Yeah.
So it was a good move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that like they have a lot of emphasis into like the mushrooms. Like they love the mushrooms a lot.
I feel like it's an anime thing though.
Huh?
Is it not an anime thing? Like, I feel like the anime put in a lot more like emphasis on the mushroom.
No, also when like the mushrooms were the first ones and like I feel like the only ones that like of the monsters that really got elevated in the when Marcel became the dungeon lord.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It was like, or like even before she became a dungeon lord, it was like, oh, the mushrooms are big.
Oh yeah, you're
and
right.
It was like that. It's like not like you saw like a huge slime or that kind of thing. It's like
True.
the mushrooms were like somehow like so iconic that like they really liked it and like oh okay.
I love mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I bought the plush of the mushroom.
What?
So, yeah.
Oh no, wait, what?
Yeah.
Dungeon Meshi mushroom?
Yeah.
Wait, when did they have that? I was wondering when did they.
I told you that I bought it with the Nendroids. Or maybe I didn't tell you about
No,
the
you
mushroom.
didn't.
Okay, I told my supervisor about it. But like yeah, I caved and bought like the entire set of the Dungeon Meshi Nendoroids, and then when I was looking at like under Ami's like the Dungeon Meshi like category, I realized that they also had the plush of like the mushroom, and then I was like, and then oh there's something else in my cart now. So yeah, we're gonna have a mushroom too.
Is it like so the plush?
It's a plush, yeah,
Okay.
of the mushroom. Not a Nendoroid of the plush.
Wait, how big is it?
I don't know, but we'll know
What?
when it gets here.
Why do you not check the sizes for these things?
What do you mean?
Like, is it a 1-to-1 scale? Cause like 1-to-1 they're very big.
They're
like half of like Laos's like height, that kind of shit. Or a third.
Well, probably not, right?
Like a freaking big ass Sarah bunny you got, you bitch.
Well, when it gets here, it'll get here. Hee. It didn't cost that much. Maybe 20? Yeah, it was quite.
20,000?
No! $20! Like,
Unlikely story.
it wasn't that expensive. Also, I think I'm actually getting really sleepy. Like, I can feel like
We're getting sleepy, we still gotta eat Indomie.
no! I ate snacks. I don't need Indomie anymore.
Indo.
Huh?
Indomie.
You can eat your Indomie. Hey. But yeah. Oh. You wanna call it here?
Yeah, I guess. If there's any other time that we
think about. I doubt it though.
I
doubt it.
I doubt we'll need another one. If
I think if we have another one, it'll be after the anime, everything.
after the anime
Everything.
consumption.
Well, no, I think like not even like this anime like ending. I feel. I think it's like when the whole thing has been animated.
Oh.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I foresee like when the anime ends, a
Mhm.
lot more people will be forced to be like, what's going on with the manga.
Yeah.
Kind of like with Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Like how everyone was like.
I think it's a good choice that like okay, I don't know if it's a choice that the anime started right as the manga ended. I don't know if that was like a conscious, like it was like I was thinking whether it was like the mangaka Ryogokui wanted a manga to end and then the anime started.
Yeah.
Or if it was just like happened to be a timing thing.
Yeah, we're wondering about that.
Yeah, but I do think that if she did decide to make it so that the anime did like that she finished her manga first and then the anime started, I think that's a good choice. Because I feel like the thing about Jujutsu Kaisen, what brought about its downfall in the sense is that I think, well, I mean, downfall as in Gojo died. Downfall?
Hey, yo.
Sorry. Wait, do you not know?
No, I know. It's just like spoilers. Like, does anyone not know? I feel like everyone should know.
Everyone should
like,
know.
Oh my god.
It's like
even I didn't read it.
Yeah, even you don't read and you know. You know. Yeah, like I think a large part of it, and also Kimetsu no Yaiba, was that because of the anime, like so much focus. You know, like once the season finishes, then like everyone's like, oh, go to the manga, right?
Yeah.
And then it gets like this burst of like attention, which is good, but maybe it's not good in the sense that now there's a lot of like weird expectations on it, because I feel that the experience of like watching the anime first and then going to the manga is a bit different from when you just read the manga cause it was a manga.
Right.
I feel. And I don't know if because of that, like it creates like unrealistic expectations or something. Because like the anime tends to make stuff more hype.
Yeah.
And then like I don't know if that like makes it so that, oh wait, the manga's not actually like this. Like I don't know if people, okay, wait.
Yeah, afraid of that,
Yeah. And I think that, but I mean the thing is, I like for Dungeon Meshi, it's like it ended like way before, right? Not way before, but it already, there's nothing that people can say on social media to change anything about Dungeon Meshi because the manga's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like it's, you know, for like it kind of feels like Ryoko Kui gave herself that freedom. Like I will tell what I want to say before anyone else can like say all these kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, because I do feel like in the end, like even though, you know, people say that, oh, I mean the mangaka should have full control of their work. Editors do. I think like editors do like
when the money is involved.
Yeah, when the money is involved, stuff will happen. And I do not deny that like if like, you know, an anime happens in the middle of serialization, that stuff might cause stuff to change. I think that's a very real possibility. So I think it was a good call, whether it was an intentional call or not, that Dungeon Meshi finished its run. Yeah, before the anime like came out. Yeah. Yeah. I felt like there was something I wanted to say, but again,
There will be no sashimis in Dungeon Meshi because you want to put everything in there.
Yeah, it's true.
You don't want to be like Lyle. Bitch.
Look, man, I applaud his, you know, at least it's not me.
No, it's like of all the things.
Okay, wait, I said it's not me, but I ate like raw salmon that you're not supposed to eat.
You were the.
I'm Lyles. Oh, I'm Lyles. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to say? I might just finish coloring like these guys so that I can post it.
Holy cow, I did not see this.
Huh? Yeah, the fuck, man! This fucking lion, fucking hell! Who gave him permission to be that fucking hot, huh? He's so hot.
Yeah, the motherfucking lion.
Did motherfucking lion change my brain chemistry? Okay, like I think I was already like 20% a furry. Now it's more like 70%.
Yeah, Monster Hunter changed you, and then this elevated you.
Yeah, the Monster Hunter changed me. Okay, I gotta go bed now. Have a good night. Have a good night. It's actually like 1:30 a.m. for us. We should probably sleep. I just want to finish this.
Friday.
Fridays.
What are you guys doing? Get in here.
Some of them.
Okay, no, that's a joke. Please, if you need to rest, please rest.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by. I was thinking your interest in the winged lion is very valid because the scene where he eats Thistle's desires stuck. Yeah!
Hey, yo!
Let's go! Go! Oh, why is Dimly saying also, man, the way I know, right? Dude, the way the goat eats Mithran, hello?
Yeah, that
And
is
the
no
way
right to
and
be
the way
so
the lion like you know caresses Marcel's cheek with his one nail, and then like the way like
he's like milady,
milady,
and, like changes her outfit.
yeah, and then like okay, sorry. I think this needs like.
Can you make a cake out of anything? Can you make a lasagna or anything?
Oh yeah, lasagna. Oh my god, yeah. But yeah, I think we are mostly done. It's just I just wanna finish like coloring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll probably end stream. Or more like we can end stream now and then like and then I can just color this like off stream.
Yeah. For my next stream, I'll do a magic performance. Relax, so hard. Can't do magic. Watch me.
Yeah, what's your magic, huh? You make the food on the plate disappear.
I'll make my stomach emptier.
By shitting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, poop stream income.
No, yeah.
So yeah, for my next stream, it will. I don't know if it will be. Wait, you still busy, right? You can't like 100, right?
Yeah, I can't 100 yet. Sorry. I probably after this weekend I can. I aim to finish the thing by this weekend.
Are you productive when we ace?
What?
When we ace the tourney? Are you productive?
Yeah. We can
then
ace the tourney.
If we can, if not, I guess my next stream I was thinking whether to stream Arc Knight's new event story.
Oh.
I wonder if I should go through it. I was like contemplating whether I should or not because I feel like it'll be very boring if I'm just reading it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so much text.
Yeah.
It's up to you though.
Yeah, but the next stream will be Monday, so it'll be either Ace Attorney or me just streaming Arc Knights. But so see
If it's
how it
Monday,
goes.
I might be done with the thing.
Okay, yeah, cause I don't know who stream over the weekends. The weekends are quite busy. I think I want to take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't usually stream on weekends because that's like my time to just wind down.
Me.
What you just
no,
thought?
I forgot because they had eggs Benedict with harpy eggs, so like that's pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Damn, alright, okay, shit.
The eggs Benedict when that entire thing, is that cheese? There's not cheese, right?
No.
Yeah, but when that entire block of wait, then what is it if it's not cheese?
It's bread, harpy egg, baromet. I don't know where the baromet is. I guess tomatoes, egg yolk, cockatrice from cake.
Wait, then what's this thing?
Oh, it's the
Is that bread?
hollandaise sauce made by the cockatrice egg yolk.
No. The thing that the sauce is on, is this bread also?
Oh, bread, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like that looks so freaking good. Gosh.
You would have wanted 8 eggs Benedict on a block of cheese. That's kind of yabai.
Okay, no, but when you draw it like that, it looks freaking good. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm losing my mind actually. Like I can feel it.
Okay. Well, that's my plans lah.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
don't know about you. Don't you wanna?
Don't I wanna what?
Do anything cause it was your.
Well, this is my anniversary stream, I guess. Not really. I don't really do anything for anniversary though.
Okay. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
It's normal.
I'm not a like actual streamer. I just kind of do whatever I feel like it.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, I'm just making fun of you.
If I cared about that, I would have done something on my birthday as well. But I also was really inactive like during my birthday and shit. So yeah, I actually don't know because like I feel kind of bad that I haven't been doing much art streams, but it's more like it's just a combination of stuff that's like, you know, I don't have art to stream, and if I do, it's like NDA and I can't stream it, or it's stuff that I want to keep as a surprise, so I don't want to stream it either, kind of thing. So I don't know. I want to play more One Hand though. so that would probably be like my next stream. Yeah. I mean I know people don't usually tune in for like the gaming streams, but like I do whatever I want. Yeah. If that's not your thing, then I'm sorry, but that's I just do what I want. Wait, why is my
Oogie?
Uh-huh.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay, that's all. Should we end stream now?
Yeah, we should end stream. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for
Oh my god, it's been
coming.
like 4.5 hours. Holy shit.
Only 4.5 hours.
Okay, yeah, you said you want to be 6 hours.
Crap.
I'm sorry.
Dungeon Meshi deserved.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks for dropping
Please
by.
go to bed. We're going to bed. Bye bye.
Again. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Wee. Where's my ending screen?